Hello.
That's it? That's how you open? Hello.
I'm going to do that every single time.
Hello.
Welcome to another Diablo developer update live stream. My name is Adam Fletcher. I am the community director for
All right, here we go. Diablo 4 developer update for July 2023. The only thing from Diablo Immortal, honestly, that I'm interested in seeing is actually the information about the new class. And that's probably what 99% of people are interested in. And then obviously for the Season 1, we'll get to hear them talk about that. And yeah, let's get to it. We'll see what they have to say.
Hello.
That's it? That's how you open? Hello.
I'm going to do that every single time.
Hello.
Welcome to another Diablo developer update live stream. My name is Adam Fletcher. I am the community director for the Diablo franchise. We've got some wonderful people here. We just have Rod.
Yeah, well,
Rod.
Not part of the wonderful crew, I guess.
Yeah. He decided to insert himself as of yesterday, so...
What is the power? If you have power, you should use it whenever possible, and I've decided to. So,
I mean, he is the franchise general manager of Diablo. So maybe he can offer insights into any other products or whatever, right? Regarding the franchise that other people can't because of his position.
Oh, we have Rod here,
Plus, he seems to really like being on the live stream, so why the fuck not, right?
who is, of course, the general manager of the Diablo
universe.
family, universe?
Yeah.
I guess that's the best way
All
to say
things Diablo.
Can't use the word franchise.
PR's not here now.
Yeah, exactly. Nice. And, of course, we have Chris Leal.
Lead UX designer on Immortal.
And Ryan Quinn.
Hi, I'm senior narrative designer on Immortal.
So we are actually starting off today's show with some Diablo Immortal conversations. Also, I do want to mention we're using new fancy mics today. We've been joking around, and I call them the Britney Spears mic.
Right.
Rod calls them the Janet Jackson mic.
Miss Jackson, if you're nasty.
He doesn't have
Because I'm
one.
older.
He doesn't have one. He's got the
not
shirt,
wearing
the
one.
clip mic.
It doesn't take a genius to see the size of my head, and the ability to put that little wire around this size of noggin is impossible. So therefore, I've passed.
Disappointing. But he does have a really good impression of Britney Spears.
I am not doing it now. I am not doing it.
Okay, maybe we can get it out of him.
I'll knot my shirt later. It'll be good.
We can get it out of him during Q&A. Someone asked that question in Twitch chat. We'll make sure to bring that up during Q&A. And there you go. You're just on the spot and you have to answer it. So
I think it's important that, like, last time you clarified what we were doing was the campfire, which is more of a casual, we're just kind of giving updates. You know, we just want to be able to talk to the community.
Yes.
This is more of a developer stream, so it's a bit more official.
Yes.
But one of the things we wanted to recognize too is that, like, as a family of games, there's lots of cool stuff happening within in Diablo, and so we want to take we don't always want to just be focused on just D4. We want, anytime there's something big or really interesting happening within Diablo, we want to be able to talk about it. You know, I could imagine we're going to have a season 29 conversation for Diablo 3 at some point. And so
who
one of
cares?
the things we're going to look at, one to do today was not just talk about, you know, we are definitely going to talk about season 1 on Diablo 4. And for some reason, Adam has structured this to be as tantric as possible. We'll get there. Trust us, but it's going to take a minute. So, but what we really want to look at as well is we want to talk about a little bit. We're going to talk a little bit about what's the preseason before we go into season 1. We're going to talk about, you know, what's going on with D4 today, because we actually have some news about today. Another tease, didn't mean that. And
Tantric.
and then we want to talk a little bit about Diablo Immortal, because something pretty incredible is happening in Diablo Immortal, which is in nearly a decade, we're having our first new Diablo character class is being revealed. And we wanted to reveal it here on this stream. So, you know, one of the great things about Blizzard is the SFD team, Story and Franchise, and Blizzard Video, and everything that they do around cinematics. And we thought, how could we introduce a new character class without having a kick-ass video to go with it? So, without further ado, may we present to you the new Diablo character class coming to Diablo Immortal very, very soon.
The darkness has always been with us.
Oh,
And humanity
dude, what is with this trailer? It's like 10 FPS for fuck's sakes. Ugh, that just kind of ruins it. Character looks fucking cool though, fighting that vampire. Which doesn't surprise me, because that's apparently, one, how these guys, the Blood Knights or whatever, came about. And two, that's kind of the thing that they fight against, is like vampires and shit.
is right to fear it.
It's cool, he wields a spear. Ooh.
The darkness wants to consume you and all you love. But my kind claim its power
Ooh.
and wield it in
Oh, that's actually dope. That reminds me of what the fuck were those games called? With Dante and shit.
What the? Hardcore and
Paul.
cows.
Never mind, I remember now. Devil May Cry, that's it. Where Dante or whatever character you're playing like transforms into like some kind of like demonic form. Because Dante, at least I know, is like,
What the?
you know, half human, half demon. That's dope. Castlevania.
Humanity is right to fear the darkness. But I am a blood knight, and the darkness
Spear and
fears
focus.
me.
It looks like the focus is like, obviously that's where their spells come from. And then they can kind of like generate spell effects and like summon weapons and shit with it. Yeah, that's pretty cool. What the druid wishes it was. Blood Knight, July 13th, 2023. That looks pretty cool.
The monkeys, yeah.
Very heavily, obviously, especially the artwork and stuff like that. It looks like heavily inspired by like Castlevania and all that.
Just like humans.
That's what it very much reminds me of. It's cool.
So they're like me.
And there we have it. The new class coming to Diablo and Diablo Immortal. It's the Blood Knight.
July 13th. That's
July
like
13th.
a little over a week away.
Exactly.
Sounds like there might have been some encoding issues.
Exactly. Yeah, I know that some people are talking about there's a little bit of hitching on it and so forth. I will say that we actually do have that trailer that will be on a blog on DiabloImmortal.com immediately after the stream, so people can actually check it out. It will be on YouTube along with all the details that we're about to talk about. We just like to get ahead of ourselves,
Sure.
that's all. But obviously, first new class to the Diablo universe in nearly 10 years.
Jesus, you see that stack of cards he's got?
I think there's a lot of questions in regards to like the story and so forth behind the Blood Knight. Ryan, give us a little bit of background regarding the Blood Knight itself.
Yeah, sure. So I think historically, when we released DI, we released it with these sort of 6 very, very familiar, very stalwart classes that all of us love, that many of us have been playing for decades. And it's great to kind of indulge in that nostalgia. It's great to get that dopamine hit of playing a classic. But after 6 classes, it left us with the opportunity to do something that felt really new and different. To do a supernatural class that's kind of monstrous, that does things that our other dark classes like the Necromancer and the Demon Hunter don't do.
I mean, to be fair, the Demon Hunter does draw on, like, some form of demonic forces to do what they do. I mean, that's, like, the Shadow Realm or some shit. That's why they, at least in Diablo 3, from what I remember, right? Like, that's why they get, like, their shadow form and their companions and stuff like that. Their spell-like effects. Right? So I wouldn't say that that's necessarily a new concept in Diablo. I think it does make sense, though. Now, are vampires in Diablo 4 or Diablo demonic? Let's see. Are Diablo vampires demonic? Let's see what this says. Okay, they are Hellspawn. These Hellspawn were first summoned by the sorcerer Horizon to guard his arcane sanctuary, possessed of the demonic fire that fuels hell itself. They cast vicious fireballs at their victims to consume the living flesh from their bones they covet to conduct their dark experiments. Their touch is filled with the cold unlife of the grave that will slow even the healthiest adventurers. Different forms of vampires. The Necromancer may also be considered a potential variant, as they transform into a vampire if they equip the entire Triangle's avatar set. So I guess, yeah, it's another form of, like, humans being granted demonic power, but it's more like it's interacting with the demonic half of humanity, probably.
And so we're really, really stoked about the opportunity to release the Blood Knight on everybody.
Nice,
Does look
nice.
cool.
Yeah, I know, like, obviously everyone's kind of seeing the Blood Knight and they're thinking, like, is this, like, vampiric in some sort of way? Or, like, how does this fit in with the actual lore within Diablo?
Right, so the fine details are Blood Knights and vampires are intertwined. On Sanctuary, vampires are kind of like living plagues. They go from hunting ground to hunting ground, they kill people, they bite people, and sometimes people who they've bitten, they suffer this monstrous transformation. They start to devolve into what we call thralls, kind of like lesser vampiric beings, long teeth, hunger for blood, all that stuff. And a Blood Knight is a person who, through means of an ancient ritual, has that curse of thraldom arrested inside them, frozen essentially in place. They get some advantages, but they get some drawbacks too.
What do you mean, the curse of turning into a thrall is a drawback?
Well, their thraldom is essentially on pause. So basically what happens is a Blood Knight, also preternaturally strong and fast, can see in the dark, can smell blood from a mile away, doesn't age anymore, as you've seen in the concept art, very, very fancy. But on the flip side, you know, they have these blood red eyes, they have black.
Oh, come on.
Legendary essences and everything that are.
Knight will do.
No, go back.
Full armor out.
Me smash.
Close the gap on enemies. To manipulate.
Got it.
Awesome. Well,
To me, but this is basic.
and they turn into the abomination, which is really fun. At the same time, they're very pretty.
Good
Right.
to make such an what they do, it may fail at continue
Jesus, how far?
that down in order to slow their transformation further. violence.
afterwards?
Bowl, ball, anymore, as you've seen in the concept art, very, very fancy. But on the flip side, you know, they have these blood red eyes. They have black veins in their face, makes people uncomfortable. And maybe,
why.
yeah, right. And sort of more pivotally than that, you know, deep inside their soul, there is an abomination, a monstrous darkness that hungers for violence.
I mean, lore-wise, wouldn't it make sense for them to have some of the weaknesses of vampires, right? Typically, in a lot of lore, like Dhampir, let's see. Let's see if this says anything.
There's a lot of those people. Unless everybody on that team is. Probably everybody has.
Where is... So here's their monster level, they're undead. Damage resist 20, magic resist 0, fire resist 33, cold resist 150 or 50 50 150, lightning, poison, drain effectiveness, chill effectiveness 1. I mean, so they're kind of resistant to get everything. Can vampires, I guess? I mean, you find vampires, I think, during the daytime in Diablo 4, so maybe.
And in order to tamp that down, in order to slow their transformation further, they have to perform a ritual. That keepsake that you saw in our cinematic characters right hand, the little thing on the chain.
the
Left hand.
Yeah, that's basically their lifeline.
So like a link to their past?
Yeah. It's got a memento within of the last place that they were kind of truly human.
Right.
And so every morning, noon, and night, they're doing ablutions with this thing to hopefully continue to keep the darkness at bay. But, you know, it's a process.
Right.
The ritual, it's hearsay. You know, it's been passed down for hundreds of years. And for basically every blood knight.
Saying this, but when you take a shit, flush the toilet.
Just stop and think.
Night, you know, it may fail at some point. All blood knights are doomed to one day succumb to their curse.
And they don't know if that's 1 day, 1 year, 1,000 years.
It sounds like the Blood Knights are supposed to be kind of like with their ablutions, like trying to retain their human memories. As a way to like stave off the contamination of their soul. And being forced into thraldom. I wonder if it's like something they do to themselves to combat it, or is it like somebody gets bit and turned, or begins to turn, and then they do the ritual, etc.
Could be centuries, right? They're very, very long-lived. What they do know, and what they pledge on, is that they're going to use all of the time they have left to push back the darkness.
You know what this reminds me of, actually? What was that anime? Where the chicks fight yokai, but they themselves are half yokai. They're like fed yokai flesh. Let me see. Anyways, but the more they lean on their yokai side, their demonic side, their powers, their supernatural abilities, the more likely it is that they're going to lose control, and then they actually become full-fledged yokai, full-fledged demons.
And ultimately for them, since that is such an uncertain question, it's really about their inner sense of balance. Can I do enough good
Right.
to make up for the evil that will rise when I'm gone?
I just wanted to give a shout out because we had the art up there earlier, and that art is gorgeous looking. At the same time,
that
they're
art's
very
awesome.
pretty. I've been joking about it. I'm like, oh, look, they're so pretty.
If you were going to turn into a monster, you'd want to stop
Or
right
it's
here,
funny
right?
because they're very gorgeous here, and then they turn into the abomination, which is really funny to see. So it's like a complete opposite
Well,
of what it is.
I mean, you mentioned the abomination. I think we saw the Blood Knight turn into this creature during that. So what actually is going on here? Like this is I guess Chris will talk eventually about how an abomination comes to me. But this is basically them tapping into what's inside them to change form.
Yeah, they're letting the curse off the leash just a little bit. It's going to grant them extreme power in the short term.
This is the Bruce Banner
but-
Hulk thing.
Yeah, but maybe there's a little anime teardrop there of like, do I come back from this?
Right. Okay. got it.
Awesome. Well, I know with the Blood Knight, obviously, it's new class. How does it fit, Chris, into the a gameplay style? Like, what if you're playing at Blood Knight? What can you expect the style to be as a person that's actually jumping into
Sword and magic.
Yeah, so the
That's
Blood
what I
Knight
would
is
say.
actually a melee hybrid class, meaning there's tons of up-close combat with polearms. However, they have a host of shadow and blood abilities they can use manipulate the battlefield in their favor. I think the drawback of Blood Knights might be that players that start playing it might feel that their mobility is limited. However, they have tons of legendary essences to help them improve the ability to close the gap on enemies, as well as life-stealing abilities to help them sustain themselves in lengthy combat sequences.
Got it. So in combat more often, close combat, so they're essentially taking more damage, but then they have abilities themselves to actually essentially drain, as we can see, kind of like life from others, essentially replenish their life while they're in combat.
The animations look dope.
The kebab attack, as I like to call it.
The skewer.
The skewer attack is my favorite thing right now. I was like, so what's happening there? We saw it in the trailer. We see it here
Excuse
as well, is where they're basically able to stab an enemy, smash it around like as if on the end of a hammer. So that's, you're like, Chris is like, yeah, that's basically it.
Yeah,
You
that's
defined it. Yeah.
Pretty awesome.
But it actually has a stun as well, right? It's not just the attack on the one thing that you skewered. It actually it has an area effect.
Yeah, so the Blood Knight stabs their polearm forward into the closest enemy, then swings overhead
Oh, yeah,
the
that's what I
enemy
thought.
and slams it into the ground, stunning everyone in a small AoE. And there are also legendary essences that
Blinding.
let you lunge forward or actually leap to perform the slam.
Oh, nice. Yeah, it's awesome.
And then I know, of course, with every class in Immortal, they all have different ultimates depending on their primary attack skills and so forth. Like, what kind of two different ultimates can we expect with the Blood Knight?
Yeah, I could talk a bit about the primary attacks. The first is Ravage. They're basically swinging their polearm around in a 3-hit combo. And right here is the ultimate, where they become a 5-hit combo with a stun at the end. And
Dual wielding polearms. That's I like.
Yeah, that's dope.
And the other primary attack they have is called Shadow's Edge. It's quite a unique one. It's the first in Immortal where in melee range, the Blood Knight will do a slash, and for enemies that are further away, they'll actually throw the dagger forward. And there are
Dagger.
legendary essences that add damage over time or make the dagger ricochet.
Nice. So you can essentially it's good room clear type of abilities is what I'm hearing. So if you got a ton of mobs in front of you, especially if the daggers are ricocheting and you mentioned piercing and so forth with the ultimate and everything, you can essentially clear out whole rooms with that. So it's awesome to hear. I know, as you mentioned beforehand, tons of legendary essences and everything that are associated to kind of modify skills. I know, and we're even seeing here, this is like the abomination that we were talking about
So
beforehand.
why would I want to become the abomination? What do I get from that?
Yeah, so I'll talk about the Abomination a bit. The way it works is it is a transformative skill that requires defeating enemies to fill the bar, much like your ultimate.
Right.
However, it happens much more often, and it then transforms your entire skill bar into a new primary attack, followed by 2 specific skills, a Blood Rush, where the Blood Knight actually dashes forward in a ball of blood. And then there's a 3-hit combo attack where if on the last hit they fly into the air and slam the ground. Stunning.
Yeah, there it is.
A lot of stuns.
Nice.
Nice. That's awesome to see. I think with this update that's coming out on the 13th and the Blood Knight itself, and there are like even other components and that are kind of going to be coming with this actual update. Do you guys have any like additional information on?
Well, there's ways to play it, right? Like,
Yeah.
so the things that's really interesting. Like, I think having a new character class introduced on basically the anniversary of Diablo Immortal is really exciting. Like, it's a great way to celebrate 1 year that Immortal has been at. It's hard to believe it's
1 year of ripping people off thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, sure. Let's not forget just how goddamn predatory that game is. New shiny class or not.
already been a year. It's crazy. But so having a new character, but I've been like a whirlwind barbarian for a year now, and loving that. And so now I'm going to obviously, well, one of the great things about Immortal is that you can class change. So I can take my Paragon 500 Barbarian. I know that's not high. Thank you very much. I can take my Paragon 500 Barbarian and turn it into a Blood Knight. Yes. Like, there's basically
Yes.
3 ways. We have the player who's been playing for a year, like myself. We have the new player, and we have the test driver. Right, is the way to think about that. So maybe you can go through that.
Yeah, totally. So if you're brand new to Immortal and have never played before, you can play the Blood Knight right out of the gate, create a new character completely free, and start with the main story complete with custom Blood Knight VO lines for all of the main quests. And for players like Rod, who have been playing for a while and want to convert to this class, I'm happy to say that we've made some major improvements to class change. Strength and Intelligence will now convert properly.
I know, it's a huge request that a lot of people are asking for, yes.
Yes, it's going to be great. And also, players will be able to, during the event, change to the Blood Knight on a one-day cooldown and also revert back infinitely. So if you decide you don't like playing Blood Knight, you can revert the day of. Or if you want to try it again tomorrow, you can go ahead and change back to the Blood Knight.
Nice. Awesome.
And lastly, I want to talk about the Crimson Plane event. So for Immortal players that are familiar with Fractured Plane,
Hey, Fireflex. Hope you're doing all right. Thanks for joining me for the live stream.
there will be a special Crimson Plane event where there'll be a
So I think a lot maybe don't know what fractured plane. So maybe just what's
How
the
you doing, bud?
5-second version of what is fractured plane?
So Fractured Plane is basically a roguelite inside of Immortal where you're able to try out all of the skills and abilities and build towards 15 levels of defeating enemies just to try out different skills.
You basically start with a fresh class, and so you're taking your character. Like I have a very specific build with very.
I'm doing pretty good. Just excited. I mean, I've been waiting for them to do this live stream for a while because, like they say at the beginning, this is an actual dev live stream and not the whole fireside chat kind of more casual thing they did last time. The Blood Knight seems really cool insofar as like lore is concerned. What the hell just happened? Wow. What just happened? Oh man. Okay, now I gotta fix this.
Not like a guarantee.
here as well as where they
Blood Knight.
want to become the abomination. Like, so I can take my.
You can play the Blood Knight right out of the gate.
Okay, I don't know. I think I clicked a button on my new mouse. It screwed the video up. Yeah, the Blood Knight seems really cool in terms of lore and stuff. I kind of wish they would have just instead been like, hey, let's put that in Diablo 4 instead. But whatever. I don't know about you, Fireflex, but I'm very much interested to see what the first season for Diablo 4 is going to be all about. I know it has something to do with like spreading corruption. They put a thing up, a teaser yesterday or something, or the day before on Twitter or some shit, all their media platforms. So have to wait to get through to that, I guess, after the Diablo ripoff Immortal stuff.
Create a new character completely free and start with the main story complete with
Otherwise, yeah, I'm
custom
doing
Blood
pretty
Knight
good, bud.
video lines for all of the main quests. And for players like Rod who have been playing for a while and want to convert to this class, I'm happy to say that we've made some major improvements to class change. Strength and intelligence will now convert properly.
I know, it's a huge request that a lot of people are asking for, yes.
Yes, it's going to be great. And also,
Thanks, man.
players will be able to, during the event, change to the Blood Knight on a one-day cooldown and also revert back infinitely. So if you decide you don't like playing the Blood Knight, you can revert the day of. Or if you want to try it again tomorrow, you can go ahead and change back to the Blood Knight.
Nice. Awesome.
And lastly, I want to talk about the Crimson Plane event. So for Immortal players that are familiar with Fractured Plane, there will be a special Crimson Plane event where there'll be.
So I think a lot maybe don't know what Fractured Plane. So maybe just what's the 5-second version of what is Fractured Plane?
So Fractured Plane is basically a roguelite inside of Immortal where you're able to try out all of the skills and abilities and build towards 15 levels of defeating enemies just to try out different skills.
You basically start with a fresh class, and so you're taking your character. Like I have a very specific build with very specific gear. But if I wanted to go play Fractured Planes, it says, "Oh, you're a barbarian. Here's some random skills. See how far you can get with this," and you build up your gear and stuff as you're playing through this roguelike experience. Yeah.
Exactly.
You know what that reminds me of? That Fractured Plane crap reminds me of the challenge rifts from D3. And those were absolute dog shit. Because it seemed to be that those challenge rifts always gave you builds of classes that were just shitting. Okay? Crazy bad builds every time. And then you had to go through the incentive was to get the weekly cash or whatever from it. But still, man, it was just, such a hassle. And to hear that they continue that tradition in Diablo Immortal is just like, why? I would rather be able to test what I actually want to play and not be given a bunch of randomized shit. Because randomized shit in ARPGs is just that, shit. Oh, what's the question? So I accidentally deleted my regulation.bin in my Elden Ring folder. Do I have to download the whole game? Do you have the regulation.bin in your, I assume maybe, is it modded or not? That'll be my first question. Is it a modded regulation.bin? Yeah, basically, go if you did not delete or empty your excuse me. Oh, what the fuck is it called? I'm kind of tired right now. Oh, where the hell is it? The waste basket. Wait, where is mine? Oh, recycle bin. I don't know, how big is the regulation.bin? Let me see. Because it might not fit in there. Pretty small, the regulation.bin, I think. So yeah, if I don't know, I tried to open my normal game and it didn't work, so I checked my folder to see if something is different, and I thought the regulation thing was missing. So it probably is. The game won't launch without it, because that's literally the thing that contains like all the, like, it tells the game what to do with everything in there, essentially, right? That's why if you modify something through various means, it'll change, like, what does armor look like, how does it equip, what's the value of things, etc. So you need that. If you can find it in your recycle bin, you can just restore it from the recycle bin to the file that it came from. Second, if it's a modded regulation.bin, that's more likely what you would want to do, right? Is actually restore it from the recycle bin if it's in there. If you deleted it, then you're either A, going to have to repair the game through Steam or whatever platform it is that you're playing it on, or you'll have to just take the regulation.bin from, say, the mods, right? If you have just a single regulation.bin from a single mod, it's no problem. You just put it back in the main game folder, you're good to go. But, or if it's in the mod loader or whatever the hell it's called, right? Mod engine, right? Because this is where, your regulation.bin for your modded files would be, is under mod engine 2.0. Whether it's from a single mod or a combination of mods that have been blended together in various ways. So if it's just a regular regulation.bin, you just need to repair the game, right? Say through Steam. And it'll automatically re-download that file and put it back in the proper place. If it's a modded file, you got to get the mod, wherever the mod is that you have, and take the regulation.bin from there and put it back, right? But you don't put it in, you need the regular regulation.bin for the game, in the game folder, and then you also need the regulation.bin for the mod. You need both those. The regular one goes in the regular game files, the modded one goes in the mod engine 2.0 mod file, if you're trying to get mods to work with it, right? So, yeah, if you can't restore it from the recycle bin, then those are the things you're going to have to do regarding that. How about some Diablo? Have you been playing any Diablo there, Fireflex?
Exactly.
And so now for the Blood Knight introduction, you've created Crimson Plains, which is a version of the same experience to go and test drive all the different Blood Knight skills?
Exactly. So you'll be able to try out different skills and legendary essences without actually committing to changing to the class. So just try it out, see if you like it, and if you do, there's always class change available.
Nice.
Nice. That's awesome to hear. So we
Yeah, I hope that information helps you there, bud.
have and we have other things, like I mentioned, that are coming in this actual update. I know that for any new player that's coming in, of course, they can create a Blood Knight, how we mentioned beforehand, customize it, and it's completely free. And then, of course, any existing character can do class changes if they want, or they can create a new character if they would like to do it that way as well. But I know we have, like...
I wonder if they have any lore on the Blood Knights about whether if two Blood Knights came together and had a child, can they have kids, since they're kind of like half undead or whatever? I think lore-wise it would be interesting to see a, like, hybrid, like, child of two Dhampir in the world as like an NPC or something. Right? That'd be freaking cool.
Like a new legendary gem that's going to be coming in this actual update as well.
I think what would be cool about that would be if you have a child of like two Blood Knights, that child might be not at risk of eventually going full thralldom, right? Of turning into a full demon, right? Demon vampire thing. It might be able to just do that again and again. They'd be like the perfect balance naturally without having to like go through all the extra steps that regular Blood Knights have to go through.
And then we even have just other, like, like items associated with this specific.
Yeah, that's all right, man. What have you been up to, if you don't mind talking about it?
Specific patch
It's
that'll
a
be hitting
full
as
set
well.
of legendaries for the
Exactly.
Blood Knight.
I've been I don't know if you've seen any of my videos or whatever for the last like month. I've just been going hard on Diablo 4. Just got my my rogue to level 100 last night, my first level 100 character.
Too,
Yeah,
which is
and
great.
we're actually going to be listing out every single legendary
blog, yeah.
that is available for the Blood Knight on our blog. And
Okay, I was gonna say please don't do that in the stream. I don't care. I just get to the Diablo 4 stuff, please. God damn it.
immediately after the stream. So you guys can check out the cinematic trailer that we showed off for the Blood Knight earlier on that blog, and of course read all the details about what's coming in this update that is hitting on the 13th of July. So soon. It's crazy. We do. We're super stoked. The cinematic is amazing, by the way. I just want to like.
Why are
highlight.
you, for people who didn't get to see it in full frame rate, you're basically rubbing their noses right now.
Essentially, yeah, like
Go watch it again, please.
See it in the Blizzard Cinematics team. Amazing team. That cinematic is great. Nothing like seeing blood splattered all over some stained glass. It's Diablo, so it makes perfect sense. It's great. But we are super stoked. So yeah, July 13th is when it's going to be coming out. And then, of course, again, check DiabloImmortal.com immediately after the stream. We'll have a blog up there for people to check out all the details.
Congratulations, guys, on the year. It's been an amazing year for Immortal. And I think people who maybe you tried it at launch and haven't gone back to take a look at it, like basically every quarter we do major updates and really change the game. So the ability to craft set items, the ability to take your duplicate legendaries and turn that into a currency so that you can make your current legend, stronger, and the way that you do dungeons.
Yeah, I get that, man. It's last year trying to get shit done. I can't remember. Are you in high school or college? Because I know one is kind of more stressful than the other. They're both stressful in various ways. Because I know high school, it's like, oh, do I go to college or university, or do I go out and find a job? What am I going to do, right? And then with college, it's like, well, I've gone through all the effort of building up all this debt and shit to learn things that are going to help me, and am I going to take that, be able to take that and actually apply it in the real world and do something with my life? Either way, big questions to be asked, right? It's kind of the same question in both scenarios. But one is kind of like, it's kind of delayed when you go to college or university because you're still in school for like 4 years plus or whatever.
Dungeons now, like, and the tower, the clan play, like there's just so much else going on. So it's a free-to-play game if you want to go check it out. Just to
Can you elaborate, Fireflex, on how is Germany's different with their school system than over here? I'm in North America and Canada myself. So for here, it's kindergarten, i.e. preschool, then grade 1 to 12, and then that's all regular school, and then you have your post stuff, which is like college, university, etc.
To see all the changes, like I said, there's been in a year. It's a completely different game in the sense of the different ways that you can approach the content, which is exciting. But
off of people and everything, but we're going to be swapping in into our Diablo 4 segment. So
yes,
we'll see.
Thank God. Diablo 4, bring it on. Let's see what's going on. Badass cinematic. At least this trailer appears to be higher than, 10 FPS compared to the Diablo Immortal fucking Blood Knight trailer. I don't understand, and shit happens sometimes with tech, but I don't understand how Blizzard, like on these live streams and stuff, keeps having these same kind of problems with like encoder issues and stuff like that, with showing things like this on their streams. I don't get it. I really, really like how they showed, like, display Inarius here, because when he touches down, like all the things he does in this trailer, except for when he throws his spear. Like show the power of an archangel, because that's what an Argus is. And it's even better in the actual video game for Diablo 4 because this is just a short clip of the actual full cinematic from the game. There's way more in the cinematic in game than this. Still awesome though.
May we fight true in his holy name. Blessed be the light.
And we're back.
All right, before they begin, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go for a smoke. All right, I'm back. I would have been back a minute or two sooner, but my nephew and his friend were wanting me to jump onto the frickin' my nephew has a water slide bouncy castle and was like, come in here, and I'm like, I can't, I'm doing a live stream, dude.
What happened to the awkward hello? You're supposed to go, hello.
That's going to be my intro for
I'm technically
everything.
not back.
Now, I hope that this guy doesn't talk so much. Like, I love the info that we get for Diablo 4 and stuff, but holy shit, this guy overdoes it so much. Every time I see him in one of these things, he talks like 1,000 times more than everybody else, right? Just goes on way too freaking long about shit.
Wait.
Well, you are technically back. I mean, you were in other streams and other times.
Correct.
I'm not back. I'm new.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Tim is new. Tim also has the best voice in the world.
Yeah.
Wow.
So Tim is just going to talk for the rest of the stream.
Wow, guys,
And-
I didn't prepare for that at all.
Surprise.
Maybe you should actually introduce people?
Yes,
Or...
I will introduce people. We are now joined by our wonderful Diablo 4 developers. We have Tim Ismay. May I introduce you?
Hello, Tim Ismay. I'm one of the lead producers on Diablo 4, specifically focused on seasons. I say that because if you ask me questions outside of the season's context, I have no idea what's going on.
And you said plural.
You said
Wait,
plural.
there's more than one
I
season.
was trying to build more than one
season.
Yeah.
There is more than one season. That's going to be, we're revealing that.
Or that's job security right there.
I'm actually just asking for it.
Wait, we're supposed to be thinking about job security? Damn it.
And
Careful,
we
you work
have
for Blizzard.
a familiar face.
Joey P.
Yes, I'm Joe Pipora. I'm the Associate Game Director for the live service, and I'm excited to talk about Season 1 today, at last.
But first,
But first.
Oh, but first, that's right.
because Adam has built
can't-
everything possible
we
to talk
can't
about
start-
except the season.
right.
We can never start talking about seasons until we talk about something else first. But there are cool things to actually talk about.
Correct. We, obviously it's been a little over a month since Diablo 4's launch.
It's only been a month.
Is it? Well,
It feels so crazy that the game has only been out for a month. It feels like it's been out for longer, honestly. In some ways it feels like it's been out for longer, and so there should be more done. But at the same time, I've played a retarded amount of frickin' Diablo 4. Let me see, does Blizzard tell you how long you've played a game for? Like, can I see that? Let me see. Blizzard, how long have I played Diablo 4 for? Select Diablo 4 from the list of games. Select stats. Okay, so Diablo 4. Select my profile. Select my profile. Okay, Diablo 4. Where is the stats page, man? Okay. Yeah, save. Okay, select Diablo 4. This is weird. This is for Xbox?
I know a lot of you have been wondering how to check your playtime in Diablo 4. I know that I've definitely been questioning how much time I've invested in this game so far. Well, in this video I'll show you exactly how you can see your in-game playtime down to the very last minute. If you find this video useful, please be sure to subscribe to the channel. With that being said, let's get into it. So you've probably already tried typing /played or something and found that that doesn't work in Diablo 4. And there seems to be no other built-in method for seeing your playtime. So how exactly can you find it? First, head on over to d4armory.io. You can just search D4 Armory on Google, and I'll also add a link to it in the description below. On this website, you'll have two options to be able to see your playtime. Either logging in with your Battle.net account or sending an in-game friend request to Shals11292. I chose the friend request option. Within seconds of sending this friend request, my account was then added to the armory. I can now search my Battle.net ID and it will show a list of all the characters on my account. I'll select my main character here. As you can see, it displays my current in-game playtime of 6 days, 10 hours and 16 minutes. There are also some other cool stats here, such as the amount of monsters that I've killed in total, the number of elites that I've killed, the amount of gold that I've collected from monsters. This doesn't seem to include sold items to vendors. My current power level and all the current gear and gems that I'm using. There are also some other interesting pages on this website, such as the leaderboards, stats pages which show the class build-up of the game, as well as a handy events tracker for world bosses, hell tides and legion events. There's also an interactive map on here to help you find waypoints, altars of Lilith, helltide chests, etc. So I hope that's helped you find out your in-game playtime. This is the only method I know of so far to be able to find that information. Thanks for watching once again. If this helped you out, please be sure to subscribe and I'll catch you in the next video.
Okay, so what's this? This doesn't tell me shit. What the fuck? I logged in, yes. Click the login. Friend D4 Armory 2516. It will add your account to the database. Okay, let's try that, I guess. Okay, so I did that. Okay. Your unofficial source for a leaderboard. The site also has a couple of other community tools, such as an armory, event tracking, and a map of Sanctuary. The leaderboards are da-da-da if your account doesn't appear. Now let's try it. Oh, okay. Yeah, there we go. So, playtime on my rogue. 11 days, 20 hours, 12 minutes. So, in reality, that's 11 times 24. That's plus 20. So, that's 284 hours on my that I've spent playing on my rogue. It doesn't show me like monster stats and shit here. Like weird. Weird. Whatever. That's crazy. 284 hours. Divided by 24. Yeah. It's rough, close to 12, almost 12 days worth of playtime on that one character. That's pretty wild. Okay, back to the developer update.
If you include
no, but you're right. It is
yeah,
like I always the amount of feedback we get about like, hey, this thing, and you're like, it's been like 5 weeks. Like,
Exactly.
give us a second.
Exactly.
So
It has been a month, a little bit more than a month since Diablo 4 has
wait,
actually.
how did you
launched.
guys get a season done in 4 weeks? That's incredible.
We started it well.
Yeah, clearly they started working on it before the game launched.
before the game launched.
that's smart.
We actually released it.
We're extremely good at our job.
Wait, so you
I don't want to get in
started
the weeds,
before the
everybody.
game
I
launched?
don't want to get in the weeds, everybody, but like we did start before the
If only they would have also foreseen various issues in the game, like, you know, the issue with the aspect tab in your inventory, the gems taking up inventory space, consumables taking up space, etc. Along with various other things.
game launched to make sure that we could actually release
I thought you were just
something
going to say
about-
zombies are really easy to make, and so therefore it was.
Yeah,
Oh my
obviously, that's
God.
what it is. Okay.
Also, people are saying that your mic is low, Mr. Joey P.
My
no.
mic
Yeah,
is low?
so I don't
Okay,
know if
I'll
we,
bring it in a
we'll
little bit.
fix that. I promise. Live broadcast, everyone. Live
I
broadcast.
can project, everybody.
Yeah,
That's
he
what's
can-
going to take.
He can start screaming.
Just scream at everybody.
And you haven't seen
Sorry, I
Joey P
interrupted.
scream.
So you,
Sorry.
you're talking
Sorry,
about the
sorry.
5 week. I was just shocked by the 5 week thing, but anyway.
Correct.
So yes, it's been 5
so
weeks.
obviously it's been 5 weeks since we launched. We've had numerous updates to the game, hot fixes, patches. We actually had a campfire chat in between where we talked about even a big update that was coming before season 1.
13-page.
Yes,
patch
13
notes.
page. Which people are like, well, that must have been like 14 point font, double spaced. And I'm like, maybe it was, but it still was very big. It was like 11 pages on the actual site. But we've addressed a lot of feedback and everything related to the game. We still have more feedback that we're actually going to be addressing. And I will say that later this afternoon there is going to be another patch, climb patch. Surprise, spoilers, or announcement.
Yeah, that's at like
we
2
will have
p.m.
patch
or
104.
something.
That's going to be hitting all platforms later this afternoon. There will be patch notes posted this afternoon.
Yeah,
Not
3
as-
p.m.
Very much not as
3
chunky
to
as
6.
103, but it does address additional feedback and issues that people have been reporting over to us
You
in
got
the actual
one?
patch notes.
Come on, put you on the spot.
Funny enough, I actually have this printed out?
I don't think you can say that 1.04 is coming this afternoon and not give an example of something we're fixing in 104.
I know that they are actually doing a gameplay fix in regards to, or a gameplay adjustment to Helltide chests, so that Helltide chests will now actually drop unique items.
Yes!
Have the chance to drop unique items.
Helltide chests. Well, here's the weird thing. I remember getting uniques from Helltide chests. That's where I got like all my freaking penitent greaves from before that I now need, that I somehow got rid of from my stash for some reason. But now they're fixing it so that Helltide chests will again have a chance to drop uniques, Paul. Yeah, because that's like one of the main reasons why I was going after the mystery chests, was to get those. And they haven't dropped in forever, so I'm assuming what happened is they adjusted something and it fucking took, uniques out of the equation.
But yes.
Well, I wonder if that'll also give a chance for things like the Harlequin crest drop from there. The super uniques. Super rare uniques.
That'd be cool.
That'd be nice. Give me more of a reason to go in to do the Helltides even more.
Sorry. I was saying not like a guarantee.
So relax,
Now that's quoted, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
but
So that's okay. That sounds stupid for me as the GM to go like, I thought they already could drop uniques with Helltide chests, so I was at
Yeah, they used to. I remember when I first started doing Helltides, all through World Tier 3, and then at first on World Tier 4 as well, a couple weeks ago, I was getting uniques all the freaking time from the mystery chests. And then suddenly they just stopped. I thought, it's just because I was getting unlucky, but no, they just stopped dropping altogether.
I was mistaken there.
Yeah. It's so there are some content types that the rewards are not dropping like unique items from it. So like Whisper bounty caches, for example, don't have a chance to drop unique items
What the
when you turn in
fuck?
for those.
Why?
Yeah, but I think that there's opportunities for us to continue to try to expose this more as we talk about these things moving forward. But yeah,
That's dumb. Now that I know, so apparently Paltria Whispers caches cannot drop uniques. Joey P just fucking said that you can. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Go forward.
Just check,
Why?
like, hey, does this character have a new Eternal character if you want?
Mother's Embrace, and yes, you can absolutely.
One will never do. But what's interesting,
Think of a legendary item.
For certain kinds of uniques for their builds they need to grab in order to bring those things.
so I was was mistaken there.
Yeah, yeah. It's so there.
Like, why would you not allow uniques to drop from the Trio Whispers caches? Like, they should drop from literally every single fucking form of content you can do in an game. That just gives me, as an endgame player, even more of a reason to stay the fuck away from Trio Whispers. Oh man, I'm super happy to hear that, dude. You're welcome. Always glad to help out. I'm glad you're able to play that game again. Like, I imagine I'm waiting on news, for instance, for the expansion and stuff like that for Elden Ring. So probably before I play it again. I'm super glad that you're able to play it again, because it is an amazing game.
There are some content types that the rewards are not dropping like unique items from it. So like like Whisper bounty caches, for example, don't have a chance to drop unique items when you turn in for those.
Didn't know that either.
Yeah.
I wonder too. Then, do World Boss caches have a 0% chance to drop uniques? Again, why? Why the fuck, Blizzard, would you think that's a good idea? People are only going to gravitate to the content that allows them to get that gear. Plain and simple. If it doesn't drop from a source, they will stay away from it. That's so dumb.
But I think that there's opportunities for us to continue to like try to expose this more as we talk about these things moving forward. But yeah, this is an opportunity now. We want to make sure that when players are trying to target farm for certain kinds of uniques for their builds they need to grab in order to bring those things online, that those Whisper caches really can be used as a way to or not Whisper caches, the tortured gifts you can get from the Hell Tides events. Those are really good opportunities to go and try to go for those.
And that's this afternoon. So once 104 goes out, once your uniques can drop in.
That's right. That's right. That's this afternoon.
Yep, and I will say, like, we've been getting, like we've mentioned, I think, many times already in this stream.
Thanks, dude. You too, Fireflex. It was good to talk to you again, buddy. Glad I was able to help you out. And good luck with your school, too, dude. I'll talk to you next time, man.
I've been getting a lot of feedback related to bugs, issues, or even just like general gameplay feedback. And it's something that the team has been reading through and getting through. And those are things that, you know, obviously we're addressing as we get through all these different updates in the future and everything.
We're building a big backlog.
I wonder if I can, in the chat here. Oh, their chat is done. So, wait, what is this one? This is Diablo. Is there stream already done then? Where's their live chat? Chat disabled for this live. Why did they disable the stream? Okay, I'm gonna go over to Twitch. Do they have a Diablo 4 stream? Diablo. We gather questions in advance and not from chat, really? Oh, that's dumb. So dumb. Okay.
Like, this is the thing I was making the joke about. They started before, like, seasons started before we launched, just to try to set expectations. Like, we're moving as fast as we can, but we have to move also safely, because if we move too fast, we can kind of vibrate the game out of stability. And so we're trying to be as reactive as we can, but in a safe way, and knowing we have a large backlog of Season 1 was already well in flight, and Season 2 is also very much well in flight. And so we're trying to make those adjustments. So we hear the feedback, so please don't take the lack of instantaneous response.
Okay, I'm going to say this, because this really irritates me too. There are certain issues in the game that need to be addressed ASAP. Okay, like, the game naturally has a downfall of player base, because that's the cycle of live service games, okay? Or any video game where you can track the stats online or whatever, right? However, there are certain things I don't want to hear, oh, it's going to take us till Season 2, because why can't you inject a patch that addresses, for instance, the gem issue and various other issues in the game? Why does that have to wait? Like, these are the issues that need to be focused on, I think, are those things that people, and rightfully so, have the biggest complaints about. One of the biggest complaints is, for instance, the inability for anybody, really, except for a couple, literally like 5 or 6 people or some shit in the whole world, of getting the super rare uniques. That's a massive fucking problem. I don't want to play this game for 10 years before I find even one of those items and probably have it not be one of the ones that I want, okay? Second, these various issues with the stash, right? With your inventory, etc. Why the fuck does that have to wait till, like, potentially, like, 3-4 months down the road from now? When it's needed now. It's one of the things that's making people who would otherwise be long-term players decide to leave, because it's such an issue. The lack of storage space for items in the game is a massive issue, and people might want to go and say, oh, but Diablo 2 before Diablo 2 Resurrected had like stash space issues, and it was that way for decades and nobody cared. No, everybody cared, but the problem is that Blizzard never fucking changed it until Diablo 2 Resurrected. Then they finally, to some degree, fix the stash issues, the storage issues with Diablo 2. But even then, it's not enough, right? People do not want to make mules, okay? They don't want to make fucking mules to hold shit, because it's a pain in the ass. And it, especially in Diablo 4, you only have 10 character spaces, right? If, like, this season 1, I want to make 4 characters. A rogue, a barbarian, a necromancer, and a sorcerer. Or sorceress, or whatever. And I don't want to... Like, those characters are going to transfer from Season 1 to the Eternal Realm when Season 1 is done. And then when Season 2 comes along, I have to... If I want to play those 4 classes again, I'm going to have 4 other... That's going to be 9 slots out of 10 right there taken up. No, that'll be all 10, because I have a necromancer right now that I haven't... that I just started. So that's 10. That's all 10 character slots. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Right? That's dumb. Right? Like, oh, so if I, like, what are you going to do with all the gear you want to transfer to Eternal Realm from characters, right? Like, from seasons that you want to carry over. You're just shit out of luck. You just got to toss all that work away. Like, nobody likes that feeling. Right? Just give us, like, basically infinite fucking storage for items. And then have them automatically transfer over to the Eternal Realm. Or, like, a mail-like thing. Similar to how the, when you forget to pick up or don't see a legendary or unique, and it automatically goes to your stash as a separate mail tab when you leave the dungeon or whatever area you're in. Just make it be like that. With, like, if you have 500 fucking items from all your characters, who cares? Just let it show up in there, and then just pick them all out.
Vaughn says, and we don't hear you. We hear you. We hear about, I want to lock my inventory. We hear you about all the different types of things that you're giving us feedback on, and we appreciate that feedback, and we're doing our best to address it as quickly and as safely as possible. So, so just trying to manage expectations that sometimes it might feel, but again, it's only been 5 weeks. This is a game that we are going to, we're going to support for years to come. This is a foundation of, we said the launch was the beginning, not the end. And so we're going to be continuing to support this game through many seasons and through expansions and what have you. And so please just allow us some time to catch up and work through our backlog to get to those items that we know that you care about.
And I do want to note that we're, as we were in preseason, we were obviously shooting out a lot of updates really quickly. And this is something we talked about a little bit on the campfire chat, but we are going to get into a more systematic way of being able to update the game. So it's not just going to be like ad hoc, hey, guys, what a new client patch type of thing, unless there's an emergency. But yeah, people start to find a more some familiarity with how we actually update the game around seasons and client patches that may occur, whether they are in between or only on seasons and so forth. So we'll have that actually communicated out, and people then know what to expect going forward when we do have different updates or different patches that actually do the game.
I think it's really important that we have now talked about things we did in the preseason. We've made a number of changes on the balance side. We've responded to a lot of player feedback. We've got 1.04 coming out later on this afternoon. But Adam, what do the people want to hear about?
Zombies!
Season 1.
So we're actually now going to talk about. No, I'm just kidding. But we do want to talk about season 1. Season 1 is coming, and we actually have a really cool trailer to show off before we jump into it. So hit it, Rich and Matt.
Hey, Paul. Do you want to see the season 1 trailer?
Sure.
Go check it out. Check it out on my stream, bro. Because I have it playing on my headset right now, so. And I don't want it reverberating. You know, doing the feedback shit. But they're doing it, it's at minus 44.59, roughly. Or just on my stream, it's actually, that's what tell me when you're on there and then I'll press play. Okay.
I am writing to you because although a great evil is receding from Sanctuary, a new festering curse now spreads its corruption across the land. More dangerous, more malignant than I could have imagined. I have found a way to stop this plague. To rip the dark power of these monsters from their very core and turn it to our advantage in destroying them. But I cannot do this alone. My allies have fallen. My strength is dwindling. The malignant are relentless and without mercy. I need help. I need you.
They weren't kidding when they were talking about... I fucking knew it. They've been joking about, like, zombies and shit in their live streams. Clearly that's what's happening here. It's freaking zombies. (7/20/23). So that's...
And there we have it. The first season of Diablo 4 coming out on July 20th. The season of the Malignant. Lots to talk about there. So we're actually going to jump into it. No, I'm just kidding. But obviously, a lot of people want to know what's going on. You know, we even teased it on social media yesterday where something was corrupting Sanctuary.
Isn't it always?
I guess Tim, Joe, like
okay. So
what's going on now?
So season 1, the season of the Malignant. So our very, very first season in the game is going to basically take place after the events of Diablo 4. So after the redacted and the redacted have happened and the player has finished redacting the redacted. Once all that's out of the way, that's when things are really going to kick off in the world.
In other words, after the campaign story.
Sanctuary, kind of step off from that point. And there is a new threat that's basically emerged in Sanctuary. There's this malignance, there's this corruption that's begun to spread throughout like the hearts of the creatures throughout the world. And that's everything from like beasts to humans, to demons themselves, everything in between. Can be corrupted by this malignance as beginning to take root and fester inside inside people. And it's basically kind of like it's changing them. Right, it's turning into these bloodthirsty fiends. Effectively, they're going out and trying to destroy everything. And it's threatening Sanctuary at a very, very, very high level. The player is going to come across a new character that they're going to introduce to over the course of the season, named Cormond, who we actually saw in the trailer there.
Okay. Yeah.
Cormond is there he is. Cormond is an ex member of the Cathedral of Light. He used to be a priest of the Cathedral of Light. And he's taken it upon himself to start trying to dive deeper into this new malignant threat that's risen over the course of these days following the events of Diablo 4's main campaign. But he's finding himself maybe a little out of his depth. You say, Tim? Like, what do you think about Cormond?
Yeah, he's trying to fix the problem on his own, and then I think when he's not 100% successful, he comes to the player and says, hey, you were really helpful in the past. Could I get a hand from you? So that's kind of where things start.
Yeah, he's very. I think that you'll find like he's a person. Everything in the room is on fire, but he's sitting there like, I can fix it. You know, we can find a way to solve this, right? But he's a great new character that the player get introduced over the course of the season. But that's really just where things kick off. Now, and players will start the season of Malignant actually in Cryovision. And they're going to gain access to like the beginning of the story of the season pretty much right away. You know, so you're able to start off right at level 1, like jumping out of the gate and be able to start like following the thread of this new season storyline.
And we're going to talk about the transition from the current Eternal Realm into the season afterwards. We're going to get through the season information first.
Yeah.
Well, then I know people are really curious about what happens to my current character. How do I think about that transition? But we'll get to that after we get through the season details. Yeah.
That's absolutely right. So that's the kind of like the high level, like what's happening in the
that's
world of
theme,
Sanctuary.
right?
That's the theme,
we have a seasonal theme with a seasonal story, but like what about the mechanic? On top of the theme, there's usually the seasonal mechanics. So what's the mechanics that we're looking at?
We're trying to add more stuff to seasons that appeal to everything that a player does in Diablo 4. So we are adding story, the elements of what you're going to find out about what is actually happening to Sanctuary, but then we want things that are new challenges for the player, things that you can fight that maybe you haven't fought before, as well as new powers, things that you can build your character in a different way, a different direction than maybe you did in any previous season, or in this case in the preseason when you had just the Eternal Realm. So hitting all of those notes, we're starting with a mechanic around the threat. So what is the threat? The Malignant. We've been talking about it a lot. Where does the Malignant actually show up? That actually shows up throughout the entire game. When you're playing in the world of Sanctuary, anytime you encounter any elite monster, there's a chance that it will spawn as a malignant version of that monster. So that malignant version is going to have these growths on it and some additional power. After you kill it, a heart will actually appear, the exposed malignant heart that was causing this. If you then interact with that heart by using a cage of binding, it now starts a ritual where it's pulling all the malignants in and a new, even more powerful version of that elite is spawned. Why would you want this? How does this help you? Well, if you can manage to beat that even more powerful version where you see these other minions are now helping it, these other malignant creatures, now it drops the caged heart. You've actually put all of that malignant power into this cage that is an item that you can use that is kind of like a gem. It's like a gem in the sense that you can socket it into gear. It is very much not like a gem in the sense that it has an enormous amount of power.
Okay, so they're bringing back legendary gems in the form of these caged hearts. That's effectively what they're doing. Now, I hope there's more than just that. I hope you can like level up the gems, kind of like glyphs and stuff. And I hope there's just generally more to do than just killing these things, farming these things for freaking gems.
Think of a legendary item, the kind of power that's in there. It's like that, maybe even a little bit more than that. So you can take these malignant hearts, you can socket them into your jewelry, and that gives you these kind of stupid new broken builds that are hopefully balanced, hopefully, but they're
totally balanced and
powerful. So these are new options of how you can play the game.
Yeah, so this is really, really cool, right? So one of the things we really want to do with each season
I want to see examples of what the gems do. That's what I want to see more than anything else here regarding these.
Tim's point is we want to make sure that we're providing new ways for players to engage with Diablo 4, new problems for them to solve, new ways for them to customize their characters and kind of do new cool stuff.
Right.
And that's what.
Also, I hope there's more than just like 2 or 3 per character. Like, because they said jewelry, so I'm assuming that you can only socket them into amulets and rings. So that's 3 items. So I really fucking hope they're doing more than 3 per class. Right? Or like maybe 3 per character build. That would probably be okay. Because there's lots of different builds in the game for the most part. So there will be a lot there, right? And then I want to see hopefully some crossover between classes. Maybe shit that like gives you some form of abilities from other classes or something, like a pseudo ability from another class. That'd be kind of cool.
Malignant hearts and the powers associated with malignant hearts really allow us to do. So one of these things, so yes, you can take a malignant heart that you've managed to collect from one of the consumed that you managed to kill, one of these super malignant creatures that you've killed this way, and you can socket them into your gear. We have over 30. We have 32 new. I'm not gonna say like over 30. We have 32 new malignant powers.
Okay, let's see what this says. Caged Heart of the Paikana. Vicious Heart, 266 item power, level 2. So they leveled up. Okay. Can be inserted into vicious malignant sockets found in... So you have to get specific gear that has these specific sockets that you put in or that they roll with. Once inserted, hearts can be replaced but not removed. Oh, so that gear's locked. Wow. Critical strikes electrically charge the enemy for 3 seconds, causing lightning to arc between them and any other charged enemies, dealing 64. That seems... What are you talking about? How that doesn't seem really... Like, there's a legendary power that a werewolf druid has that does exactly this. Right? Like, when you use a storm skill and you hit an enemy, there's a chance to... I think it's on a critical hit, cause that lightning damage to jump to other targets. So you effectively turn your mostly single target burst damage into some form of AoE for the werewolf druid. This doesn't strike me as very, unless as you level it up, I hope it's not just this number, the damage increases. Okay, because that's not this isn't interesting at all.
Exactly.
Technically,
like, I guess you could say that, yeah, okay, this is a barbarian. They don't normally get, like, lightning damage, I don't think. So this could be a way to get, like, different damage types on there. But, like, really, am I going to want to replace... I hope they have some defensive ones, too. Because am I going to want to take out a fucking, like, flawless or royal skull from a amulet to put this in? No. I would not want to take a skull out of my amulet to put this in. Especially since then it's locked. You can't unsocket it. Like, you can't put regular gems in there, apparently. Hearts can be replaced but not removed. Like, what do they mean by that? Like,
they might be put a different
like
one
you can
in.
only put different... You can only put the caged hearts in there, in other words, right? Like, that's... Now you're causing another problem. The very problem that I was talking about earlier in terms of stash space. So you're going to have people saving these items, putting them in their stashes. Can you turn these items into legendary items? I fucking hope so. And the powers better be better than this. This is just like the affixes on the Nightmare Dungeons. Like, not interesting.
Yeah, it's 32. So we have 32 new malignant powers are going out this way. These are new legendary power-like abilities. You can see this one here: critical strikes, electrically charge to creatures for a set amount of damage. So these like there's a lot of really powerful things like this that you'd be able to kind of like interact.
A heart can be placed into a piece of gear with a heart already socketed into it. This will destroy the original heart. So you can't even take the original heart out. Right? Again, the question is, can you turn this into a legendary? I hope so, because otherwise I would never fucking want to do this. What the hell?
Interact with over the course of time. But each of the malignant hearts you're collecting are actually like a category. They're associated with a color. So if brutal hearts, for example, or like have a blue color to them. And they'll only go in infested sockets you'll find on rings and jewelry during the season of the malignant of a matching color. So when you're hunting for when you're
God damn it. Again, that's kind of like, why? Just let it be put into any fucking socket. That's fucking weird, man. Like, why? You're making people work that much harder for something they don't want to fucking do. People already have an issue with fucking holding on to shit, right? Ugh.
Finding new amulets and rings or gambling at the...
I guess it partially depends on, like, the problem is in terms of upgrading. Like, you're going to have to... How long are you going to wait to get an upgrade to replace that matches that socket color? Right? Like, I get it. It's kind of like Path of Exile with their general sockets in gear, right? Where, like, you need to put a red gem in a red socket, etc. But those you can just pull out when you want and replace them with other ones. That, yeah, they're red gems, but, like, you can... It doesn't destroy the gems, as far as I remember.
at the like the Opal's vendor, whatever it is you want to do.
Why?
You're kind of looking for specific socket colors.
Or if you're getting a unique ring from the new Helltide chest rewards as you're playing from the one.
That's right. If you happen to luck out and get Mother's Embrace because you need another Mother's Embrace, then like, yes, you can absolutely.
One will never do. But what's interesting, like with so there's 3 different types of color sockets, yes?
There's 3 different types of colored sockets, but there's 4 different types of Malignant Hearts.
Yes. Go on.
Well, okay, I guess I will. So the last Malignant Heart type is called like basically a Wrathful. It's an extremely powerful Malignant Heart type. They're very, very rare to find. They will fit in any colored socket as you go.
Those would be the best.
You kind of want a combination of all of these. So even though the Wrathfuls are pretty strong, you're really only looking to probably have like 1 or 2 of these based on what you might actually need for your build, over the course of time. So it's fun, like really want to be able to experiment with, again, creating these different problems for players to solve, different ways for players to engage with things, and really change up that experience by virtue of adding these new powers. They're going to unlock different builds potentially for classes, to Tim's point, and just basically be like a really fun, exciting new way for players to kind of inject new power into the experience.
But you're looking for so can the jeweler, when the jeweler right now can add a socket to, a piece of jewelry?
Yeah.
Are they able to add colored sockets, or are those only
you can't
found?
choose the color, but anytime a ring will roll with a socket.
Damn it! Why? Fuck me, man. This is so dumb. So, Paul, what they're gonna do, right? Rod Ferguson just asked, okay, with these sockets, like, can you roll these specific new type of socket on your gear that you can put a heart into? And Buddy said, Joe P says yes, but you don't get to choose. It's random, so you could potentially fuck yourself over because of randomness with a piece of gear that you want to use, and now you're forced to put something in it that maybe you don't want to have there.
Yeah, nobody.
Because they're based on socket colors. There's 4 types of gems. 3 of them each have a different color. I'm probably guessing it's going to be like red, blue, and green or something. And then the 4th one, called Wrathful Hearts, can go into any socket. Any color socket. So those are apparently very rare. How fucking rare are those going to be? Yeah. If it's anything like the super rare uniques, I don't fucking want it.
Yeah,
because that's retarded. Those are going to be the best in slot gems for your jewelry. But if you can't get them, right? And how do you upgrade them, etc.? Things like that. That's a really important question, because I don't like the idea that I can't choose what color fucking socket is going to go into the gear, because that's not allowing me to build the builds I want to build.
Nope.
It's forcing me into very specific builds, because I can then only put very specific gems in there. Like, thankfully, they have apparently 32 total. So I'm assuming, let's see, 32 divided by 4. So there's 8 of each. I don't know if that's going to be enough, but we'll see, I guess. But it's just like, why would you force me to use something I don't want to use? This is like earlier in their stream for Diablo Immortal, where I was talking about like the challenge rifts you had to do in Diablo 3 for the weekly cash. Nobody liked those because you always got forced to play retarded builds that nobody liked to play, that were bad. But if you wanted that goddamn weekly cash to keep up with shit, you had to do it.
Yeah.
And nobody fucking enjoyed doing that unless there was a couple times where I got decent builds for a class that I didn't, like, you didn't even get to choose the class, man, for it. You're right, and nobody liked doing that, partially because it was like a forced thing. Yeah. And now they're doing the same thing here. It's so bad. I can't wait to see the feedback they get on this.
When the Season of Malignance starts.
Yeah,
it's always going to have a color associated with it. There's not like, you couldn't get like just a regular jewel socket anymore.
But even a jeweler created one? Like if I have a ring with no socket, when I do the jeweler, it'll be colored?
It'll always be colored. Yeah, it'll always be an infested socket in this way.
Got it.
Yeah.
Oh, what? So does that mean... So he's saying now that if you go to a jeweler because of the season theme and actually place a socket on a piece of jewelry, you don't have a choice of having a regular socket or like an infested socket. They're always going to be infested sockets. So then the question is, can you place regular gems in there? Because what if you don't have any, right? Otherwise, you're fucking yourself out of like armor, a lot of armor and stuff. That helps a lot early on, especially. I don't know, man. What the hell?
But that's true for unique. So if I'm looking for,
Said, I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, and then especially unique items with how rare even regular uniques are, and then like, buddy, Chance from my Discord, he's been searching forever for the Raymond chest. He can't find it. So he's going to be, right, what if it was a ring or an amulet or something that he was looking for, that he was having that much trouble with, and then he gets it, and whether it comes with a socket or not, typically they do, whatever's on there, that's it.
Well, I mean, luckily you could put sockets on.
And then you're like, well, do I even have something that can go in there?
Yeah.
That's the thing. What if you don't?
I got two.
Two
One
Raymonds?
of them I don't even fucking use.
Well, yeah, because it's worse, right?
Yeah. I just
No.
have it
But
chilling in my...
you can't put these gems in like your regular gear. It's only jewelry.
Yeah.
So you can have 3 extra powers
Yeah,
effectively.
see, if I could, I would give him one.
Wow.
or a unique, I have a unique ring like you talked about, but I want the blue version. I could find a unique with the red socket, and I could find it with
Yeah, good fucking luck.
the yellow socket. So I'm looking for a blue. So
Yeah,
there'll
you might be able-
multiple versions of the uniques as well, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, fun new stuff to look forward to, and that's just, I mean, that's, we showed in the video earlier, like the player fighting a malignant creature. You know, there's a chance for, as Tim pointed out, like there's a chance for all kinds of elites out there in the world to be malignant in nature, which makes them a little bit more powerful. But then when you kill them and you go and you actually use the Cage of Binding to capture their heart, then you fight that super concern.
Here's another question. Is this going to take up fucking inventory space? Or is it going to have its own, like, separate thing, like where your materials and shit are, like they've talked about with gems? Because if it doesn't, that's another huge mistake. Because you're going to collect these hearts. They're either going to go in your fucking stash because you can't use them. You don't want to use them because you got to level them up or some shit like that before you can use them or something. Or they're going to take up, like, they're going to take up stash space and fucking inventory space. Otherwise, I hope he says there's a separate page for like materials and stats for the malignant hearts. But it doesn't look like it. It was in your fucking inventory, man.
The consume version, it's like that's gonna be like buffing nearby monsters. It spawns a bigger like combat in that scene. There's more to look forward to, and those get tougher and tougher.
I wonder if there's going to be malignant butchers. Oh boy, that I'd be excited for. Not at low levels though, because he'd probably whoop your fucking ass. He already does that easily enough at low levels.
And you want to fight higher and higher level versions of those in higher world tiers to get even better versions of those hearts.
Yeah, so you can get stronger versions of the hearts as you get further into the game, and you might be thinking like, okay, does that mean like the old, like the crappy hearts that I got earlier, are those useless? You can actually break those down at the crafter as well to get a crafting material out of them that allows you to craft new items, including invokers. So invokers are something that you can use a little bit further on once you finish the campaign of Season 1. You will unlock the ability to go and use these at a specific place called a malignant tunnel. So if you are trying to...
That's also the name of my colonoscopy.
Okay.
There we go.
Jesus, this guy.
It's a serious thing when you're over 50. You should know that.
That's actually a good point.
That's a good point. So if you have a malignant tunnel, you should get yourself checked out.
So in the world of Sanctuary, when we say malignant tunnel, we mean, hey, I'm a player and I actually want to get more of the...
So, Paul, we're going to be going into something called malignant tunnels. So basically later you can break down the hearts. This is another issue I have. How long is it going to take to go through the fucking like campaign story of the season, of this season, before basically you can break hearts down at a vendor somewhere, and which is probably going to be, I would imagine, be the NPC that is part of the main story that they're introducing, Cormand, whatever his name is, and turn it into a crafting material, which then you use to craft something that called an invokers, which you can then use to open up a what's called a malignant tunnel. And it's funny because Rod Ferguson made a joke. He interrupted and he said, "Hey, that's what my colonoscopy doctor or whatever, what the doctor called my." That's what it's called, a malignant tunnel. And this Tim guy's like, "Oh no, we mean this, but you're literally going into the fucking asshole of Sanctuary."
Yeah, actually, I was doing a quest today. Actually, that's where I at. Down here, that's what they call it's called the fucking like ass end of Sanctuary.
No, this isn't the ass end. You're literally going into the asshole
of
Sanctuary.
I know what
That's fucking hilarious, man.
These hearts, but it's just a
I hope the crafting item is not taking up inventory space. God damn it.
random chance on elites out.
Also, the other thing is like, why do they make it so that you can only do this at the end of the campaign? I want to know how long the campaign is going to take to complete. I don't want it to take a couple weeks, man. Fuck that. Like, because that, on top of the items you're going to be throwing in your stash, you're going to have to put these in there, like gems. And they're not having the gem fix for the stash or for your inventory till apparently season 2. I hope they say they're going to have it before that, but it doesn't look like it.
In the world, where can I intentionally find more of them? There are these malignant tunnels. So there are actually places across the world where the malignance is manifesting in these new dungeons. So if you specifically want to go find more malignant hearts, you can hunt down these tunnels. Yep. You can go in and, hey, there are more malignant there. So there's a higher chance of finding malignant monsters there. And if you want to guarantee it, man, I really need a very specific type of malignant heart. How do I make that even more likely? That's when you take your crafted invoker, you go all the way to the end.
Okay, this looks like this is a level 7 character. And they're in an infected warren. And it says find a brutal outgrowth. So this is obviously to do with being in the thing they were talking about taking the invoker, or right? He's only level 7. So I wonder if it's going to be similar to the regular campaign, where once you finish it on one character, it's unlocked for all your characters during the season. That'd be great. But I wonder, is this like an example of your first time through? He's level 7. He's able to do this. Like, so that the campaign's that short? I don't know. I know they said they want to get people into this stuff as fast as possible. That's I'd be okay with that, because I don't want to spend weeks or whatever, a week or something, grinding through to get to level 50, 60 on a rogue to go to world tier 4 before I can fucking do this.
End of a malignant tunnel, and you can use it on a malignant outgrowth. When you use it on that outgrowth, it now spawns that specific type of malignant that's going to have the color associated with it of the heart you're trying to find. You kill that, and you're going to get the specific heart. So there's a little bit more targeted farming you can do as you approach the end game of.
Do that with everything else in the game too, please.
Go to the C video. It will be able to show you the.
Yeah, I hope whatever the video is, they turn the fucking game volume down so you can hear what they're actually saying.
Going into an Evoker event where you can go in and sort of, which I've heard called the turkey baster from hell, basically, is what an Evoker looks like.
It does kind of, yes. I don't, that wasn't the art direction on it, but yeah, that's where we ended up.
So yeah, at the end of these malignant tunnels, you're going to find that there are these masses of malignants that you're going to be able to go and interact with, and each of the tunnels has a few different ones that can potentially spawn different colors of malignant outgrowths that can spawn from those. So it gives you those opportunities to go and like really target farm as.
Here's a question I have. Can you upgrade the hearts similar to how you upgrade Cure? To increase their level or whatever, right? Like, that'd be fucking phenomenal.
Tim's pointed out, like, certain kinds of malignant hearts as the player's progressing through the experience. Yeah.
So when we show, like we were just showing it,
Technical
show the one you were just showing, because that was the Invoker event. So basically, there's a growth. You get to the end of the tunnel. You're able to set basically, essentially, you're requesting a monster of a particular color. Yes, you're saying like, I want to.
I hope this cash she got from fucking completing the seasonal thing, the dungeon, actually has something worthwhile in it. I'm sick and tired of getting fucking 2 veiled crystals. Okay, it's garbage.
Blue heart. A chance to get a blue heart by trying to defeat the blue monster. Yes,
that's right. And some of these are like, particularly later on in the experience, like the most powerful hearts you can get are going to be delivered from things like these Invoker encounters that we're going to go and interact with. So yeah, something we're very excited about.
So basically, they use an Invoker on the one of the pods.
That's right. Yeah, the outgrowths from this malignant mass.
Which then creates a blue monster for you to fight. Mm-hmm. You have to take that down, which will then. So does this one go through the same mechanic where I have to kill it, try to capture heart to kill
Yeah,
the harder thing?
When this thing pops up, after you kill this one, you don't actually have to capture it. You're fighting the powerful version of it like a.
That's good. I was going to say, if you have to go through it twice, like, please don't do that. You've already gone through a dungeon to get to this point, to get a guaranteed drop, right? It's not a guaranteed drop if there's a much higher chance of failure. Because I imagine as this being kind of like a boss, it's going to be stronger maybe than even normal elites. So just skip the phase of having to turn it into a cage version or whatever, and then kill it again.
That's what I was asking. Yeah, so you don't have to do the 1-2.
That's right.
Got it.
Now, I do hope that it's similar to Nightmare Dungeons in that you get higher level invoker things or whatever to open up higher level dungeons, or that they properly scale to your level or something like that.
That's nice. So
and dear God, I hope that they are not set at character level, regardless of the item power. I don't remember if that was a thing back here. Let me see. When they were showing the item, if there's a character level requirement. Yeah, there's a requirement. Right? Level 20. And the character's level 20. Fuck, I wish they would get rid of that. The items, the required character levels for items in this game should be solely based off the item power. That's it. Don't base it on the level of the character that picks it up. Because now you can't share that gear with lower level tunes, right?
This one, you don't actually have to capture it. You're fighting the powerful version of it like immediately.
That's what I was asking. Yeah, so you don't have to do the 1-2.
That's right.
Got it. So that's nice. So it's kind of a little like the sigil crafting, where you basically, I've got a bunch of stuff I'm not using right now. I can craft it down so that I can focus what malignant hearts I want. Because maybe my build, I know I want a brutal heart, but I haven't running into any blue malignants out there in the world. So now I can go into a malignant tunnel, find.
I also hope the cost of crafting these invoker items is not similar to the fucking shit for the sigil powder. Because that cost, just like many of the other costs like enchanting and stuff like that, is fucking retarded. I don't like that most of the time I can only craft like one high level sigil. Or mid-level sigil, right? Like a level 51 to 60 or 41 to 50. I can only craft one at a time because it costs almost 300 or more for one.
My way to the end.
Oh, and in events and stuff like that where you get regular sigil powder drops, you get not enough to make one. It's bullshit. If I do a nightmare dungeon, I should get enough sigil powder to craft another sigil of equal level minimum to what I just did. So if I do a level 45, I should get enough sigil powder to craft a 41 to 50 sigil.
Have an opportunity to use the invoker to create a blue malignant to go after its heart. Yeah,
that's right. That's right. Yeah, Roger's called it out.
And I know.
That's all I'm here to do is summarize.
That's good.
He's like, I will take everything you said, summarize it into 2 sentences. And I know, like, obviously with the story and so forth, there are like new, like a new boss and so forth associated with it.
We're not really talking about the boss.
We're not redacted, but yes.
It's worth calling out.
There's new boss monster for players to fight over the course of the season. There are new legendary items for players to collect this season.
Correct.
There's our legendary powers, I should say, for players to collect. There's new unique items for players to collect.
Now those new unique legendaries and the unique uniques. Thanks for that. Those are not just in the seasonal realm, though, right? Are those things that are also showing up in the eternal?
That's right. Those will also show up in the eternal realm. So
exactly.
Yeah, if you're a player who's like really trying to continue to progress your character in the eternal realm, there's now a few new items for you to go try to hunt for and use to kind of augment and change your build.
This is the moment where I can do the producer thing.
So
you probably saw before on the screen when we looked at the cinematic. It was awesome. And at the end, we said July 20th. Oh my God, there it is. The day it's coming out. We are actually putting out the patch a little bit earlier. So just for awareness, so everyone knows, you're going to see your game patching on July 18th. That is all of the stuff coming to you that is going to turn on July 20th.
Balance changes, the new items.
So July 18th is actually anything that shows up on the Eternal Realm is there right away. If you just want to continue playing the game as normal on your existing characters or a new Eternal character if you want, July 18th, the new legendaries and uniques that they were just talking about will be available to you on the Eternal Realm, as well as any other improvements, balance changes, rewards changes that we've made. Those will be there right away on July 18th. July 20th, the season turns on. You can now create seasonal characters.
I think it's like going back to managing expectations. I think one of the things we've been trying to be really clear about with seasons is that it is not a continuation of the main campaign storyline. Like we've been trying to use phrases like
it's a side quest story, effectively, right? Like it's like you have this main Star Wars movies, but then you have like the Legends novels, which are continuations / alternative stories and stuff like that for the universe.
It's a new quest line. Working with Corman to solve the Malignant is a big, is obviously the journey you're on, but it's not about the Anarius Lilith journey. It's not extending that story. It's sort of a side story inside the open world.
Yeah, it just takes place after the events of Diablo 4. But you're absolutely right. This is a new self-contained story within the season of the Malignant, which is great because it just gives us it affords us a lot of opportunities to tell an exciting story and to create like these new big features that kind of go along with that and support it.
So as I'm playing through that now, it would be amazing if there was some way to sort of track my accomplishments through the season. I don't know, maybe some sort of journey perhaps.
Yeah, so you want to track your seasonal journey through some kind of feature.
I don't know if I could tee that up any higher for you. We went from golf to
t-ball really fast. No, absolutely. So this is obviously with season 1 where we're going to bring out the season journey feature, which I know we've talked a little bit about on stream before, but I guess it's worth maybe calling out and maybe a little bit more clarity.
Hey, look, it's this, but without redacted all over it now.
That's right.
Yeah.
So this is
no top secret.
Yeah. So this is the battle pass introducing as part of season 1, and then going into here you'll see the season journey, and again, so the season journey is separated into 7 chapters. And like these major chapters, and each of those chapters has a number of objectives inside each of them in order to allow you to progress that chapter.
And you don't have to do all of them?
You don't have to do all of them. You have to do a subset of them in order to advance to the next chapter. So,
if only really the Renown was more like this. That'd be great.
Well, I think it's really cool. So like objective to objective, you're going to be earning favor drops, which can be used to fuel your battle pass, which we'll talk about a little bit more in a minute. Yeah. But you're also, for your chapter completion moments, you're getting big drops of that favor that's going to be used like an experience point value for your battle pass. But you're also going to be getting some like item rewards.
Go over the legendaries. There. Legendary aspect, supporter classes, barbarian. Calls forth 4 ancients who also charge, dealing 50% of normal damage. Well, that's trash. Only 50% of your damage? Oh, why can't it be 150% of your... Like, you're...
Blocking new legendary aspects, ones that you can't.
That's the druids. Poison creepers active also cast landslide in a circle around you. Earth skills deal 10% increased damage to poison enemies. I don't
normally get through the Codex of Power through like dungeon completion.
Oh, go back to the other ones, damn it! I want to see the other 3. I don't care about this shit on the side. We know how this all works.
And also, many of our new legendary aspects we're adding in the season, if you're playing in the seasonal...
Oh, I see. You also get fervor for completing each one of these things.
Realm, you can collect that through your Codex of Power
1, 2,
by going
3,
through the season
4,
journey.
5,
so it's
6,
a great way for you
7.
to introduce yourself to some of these new things as you're kind of playing through.
Yeah, I love this. Like, one of the things that's hard about, for people who know Diablo 3 and its sort of journey...
Hold on, wait. Do you love this?
I love this.
Oh, that actually feels really good to hear.
I love this. The notion around, like, I like the fact that the subset aspect of it, because I know there are certain things. I'll pick a stupid example. It's like, maybe I hate sellers for some reason.
I wonder if when you complete the chapter reward, do you have to pick one of these legendary powers? Or can you pick... You get them all. Does that be a lot of... That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times 7. It's 35, right? 5 times 7. That's 35 potential new powers that you're going to get through the season journey. I imagine maybe those are ones that can drop in the open world, because otherwise how the fuck would you upgrade them? But maybe not? I don't know.
I'm a seller hater. And so I never want to complete a seller. Then the fact that I can advance chapter 1 to go to chapter 2 without ever doing what lurks below, I think that's great, because that's like, I find you get into situations. I have other games where they're like, you must do this thing that you really don't want to do in order to progress. And the fact that I don't have to do that here, that I can choose.
Yeah, that's funny that Rod's saying that, because That's what the renown system currently is, and that's what they're making you do when you do season 1, which is fucking horseshit.
Use a subset of things to continue my progress, I think is really smart.
Here's the thing I don't understand. Why do they want us to do the renown again when we're already having on top of that now do season journey stuff as well?
Yeah, I think it's really good to hear. It's one of the things we really want to do is make.
They're literally doubling down on that. At least with the season journey, it's expected, and it makes sense to do that as part of the season journey or whatever. But to also have the renown every freaking season be redone is just like, come on, guys.
Make sure that like the base example of this is like we really like letting players use our fields of hatred as opportunities to kind of like progress their characters inside of the season, but we don't, and we want to include that
Which
in
is
the
the
season
PvP
journey,
fields, yeah.
which is the PvP content in the game. But we don't want to make that like a requirement that you must go do this content in order to progress your season journey. We want to give players the option to do this if they choose.
One thing I do want to call out here as well with the season journey, and I think you're going to call it out in some other places, is that it can be confusing to players initially that you go to this Battle Pass screen, you click on the season journey button. Do I have to buy the Battle Pass to get this? No. Everyone has access to the season journey. This is a base feature that everybody is engaging with. Actually, everybody has access to the Battle Pass too. You're engaging with, even if you never pay a cent, you are engaging with the Battle Pass. You're getting free stuff.
In the seasonal realm.
In the seasonal realm.
Yes, in the
Ron has always reminded me to say that. In the
Yeah, this is a contention that a lot of people have, right? They bought this game with versions that gave them access to the Battle Pass, like the non-free one, the premium one or whatever. But they don't want to play seasonal, they want to play eternal. And now they feel ripped off because they don't get to access the Battle Pass at all except for through season. These super casual people who don't have the time to play hours and hours and hours. They don't have time to play almost 300 fucking hours like I have in the last month. Or last 5 weeks, right? Like, that's why they should, at the very, who was it, Asmongold said, dude, they should at least make the Battle Pass available for Season 1 on Eternal Realm. So those people, and then be like, okay, we'll do this for Season 1, but next season, now that you're aware of it, right, because you've paid for it already, but you don't want to play seasonal, you don't want to start a new character, you get access to these cosmetics and these things with the season journey while Season 1's going on in the Eternal Realm, and that's it. That's all it's going to be, right, for that time.
seasonal realm, this stuff exists. There is no season journey if you're not in the season. That's very important. It only exists there. There's no Battle Pass if you're not in the season.
Right.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. So
yeah, because at the very least, what they could do is they could, it's like the favor and stuff, whatever, like the cosmetics aren't, I don't think, unlocked through the favor, right? The favor is what you use to unlock the like bonus experience and things like that, I think. So just make it so that they just get the freaking cosmetics. That's primarily what a lot of people want anyways, right? Is the cosmetics.
yeah, that's essentially the way the season journey works. Those final objectives, those final chapters are really, really tough to complete. You can get some like special like cosmetics, like special like title and things towards the end of that path. So we're excited to see players like engage with it and for us to continue to support it in future seasons.
And so we saw that the season journey grants you a lot of favor to go towards your battle pass, but you also earn favor just out in the world killing stuff. And
that's right. Anything that's like killing monsters, completing like whispers and dungeons and things, like all of these things will be earning you favor as you kind of play through the season.
Right.
So anything that's getting you experience points is your chance to give you that favor as well.
So if you have never played the campaign yet, like you're about to buy the game for the first time with the season, for example,
right?
I'll be like, okay, I'm going to roll a seasonal character. I'm going to play the campaign. The fact that while I'm playing the campaign, I'm killing stuff, and I'm still earning favor. Like this stuff is still sort of progressing in the background, right? In terms
That's absolutely correct.
I just won't run into any malignant until I finish the campaign.
That's absolutely right. But
what?
As you play, if you make a new character, point rod on the.
They're talking about the normal campaign, the OG campaign with Lilith and
seasonal realm, and you're playing through the campaign, you will be earning favor as you're killing monsters and doing things during the campaign. But a lot of those, and you can also progress your season journey, but some of those objectives might require you to go and interact with season features that aren't available until after you finish the events of the Diablo 4 main campaign.
And that's probably one of the big things
Skip
to be clear
campaign.
about. I know we're going to talk about the transition later, but in terms of getting access to the mechanic, the idea of talking to Corman, capturing malignant hearts, having rings with colored socket or jewelry with colored sockets. That stuff all takes place post-campaign.
That's correct.
And so if you haven't beat the campaign yet, you're not going to run into these seasonal mechanics.
Yeah, you won't fight malignant creatures, for example, while you're going through the campaign on the seasonal realm, but you will shortly thereafter. So one of the things you can do, and I know we're going to talk about this, and we keep saying we're going to talk about this, and then we talk about it anyway. But like, so I would say, like, one of the things you can do to get ready for the season is to make sure you finish your campaign playthrough. Diablo 4, jump in. You can choose to skip campaign when you make your new seasonal character.
Right.
This is so dumb. I hate how these guys fucking talk sometimes. The problem right now that they're obviously not addressing, right? The elephant in the room is all the people who don't have time to finish the fucking campaign. What's the stat? Let me see. Let me see what the stat is currently. Diablo 4. What is the percentage of players who have not completed the campaign? 70%! 70% of people haven't completed the campaign. Right? And they're saying, oh, just go complete the campaign, guys. They haven't even completed it on the freaking Eternal Realm. And you expect them to do this in 3 months? I don't know what the progression of everybody is. And, like, personally, I know the campaign doesn't take that long. If you hammer through it, but that's not what most people are doing. 70% of the player base right now is clearly casual, whether by choice or circumstance, probably due to like work. They're not like me. I don't have a job right now. I'm on EI. I can afford for a while to just sit here and jam out on fucking video games all day for 6+ hours a day. Right? They don't have that opportunity.
And dive right into the seasonal story and content immediately.
And that's forevermore. That's one thing we tried to say is that once you complete the campaign on one character on your account,
one character, one
for every
time.
season moving forward, for any character you create moving forward, you can skip campaign and start off in Cryovision level 1 off. Well, and you know,
not always Cryovision.
Roughly 8 hours a day I've played Diablo 4. Every day since it came out.
But yes.
How many people? Apparently 70% of people can't do that. And like that's not a knock on those people. I get it. I've been there. Obviously, you know, had a job where like I get off work and I have like an hour maybe to do something like play a video game if I feel like it, and then I go to fucking bed. And it takes like, let me see. I'll play this in the background.
That's the only thing that we can be doing to prepare for
we should
season
get to
one.
we should get to the battle pass. So the favor, so you have favor flowing because you're playing the game.
You're playing the game because you're doing your season journey objectives. You're getting even
and
more.
I was going to say you're getting more, and the favor is really flowing because I'm completing the season journey objective.
So here's the thing. So say I'm a casual player. I have an hour to play. It takes apparently roughly 35 hours. So say if you're lucky, you have an hour a day to play. That's 35 days. That's over a month just to go through the campaign. The fact that it's been over a month, it's been 5 weeks. Right? 35 hours divided by 5, I guess. For weeks, that's 7 hours a week. If a person's lucky, every day that they don't get to play for whatever circumstantial reason or whatever extends that duration. You think these people are going to want to do seasons at all? No. Because they don't have the fucking time to engage with it. And like I get it, seasons are more for like somebody like me. But still, these are people who also went through the hassle of buying a more expensive version of the game and stuff. In a lot of cases. That's just complete the campaign, guys. Like, just sit down there. Ooh, boy. Such an ignorant thing to say, I think.
And so that favor is feeding into your progress on the battle pass, whether you've chosen to just have the free battle pass or whether you've chosen to upgrade it to a premium battle pass, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
So can we go back to the screen? Because I think it's one of the things...
Oh, what happened is, you know, this is what I foresee happening this first season. Is you're going to see an even bigger drop off of the player base, and it's going to be all those casuals who some people would deem filthy casuals in such an ignorant, arrogant way. Because those good people are going to be like, I don't have time to fucking deal with this. I don't have time to do this shit. I have to go through the campaign. Like, if they want to engage, first of all, if they want to engage with the season mechanics, they're going to have to complete the main campaign first. Why can't it be done alongside the main campaign, first and foremost? So that those people can engage with it. Second, why would any of those people, reasonably so, say, well, like, they're going to have to finish the campaign, so now you're going to try and force them into rushing the campaign that they obviously don't have the time to rush. And two, they're going to come in, if it's taking them a month or 5 weeks for 35 hours of gameplay to complete that, or to not even be complete of the campaign. 70% or so of the player base, like the vast majority of the player base, hasn't even completed the campaign for various reasons. The main thing probably being time. Available time, then why the fuck would they ever engage with your season? Those are the people that you're hoping will shell out the $10 every season to keep fueling the game more than anything. Like, as maybe of a dick thing it is to say, those are the people who are potentially dumb enough to shell out the cash every season for it, whether it's 10 or $20 or whatever it is for the various versions of the battle pass. They might do that once, like people especially who have pre-bought the game, who got the upgraded versions, like the deluxe and ultimate version. They're not going to do it, or they'll be like, oh, I lost out on this. How long is it going to take to complete the battle pass? Right? Like, for somebody like me, I don't imagine it's going to take very long. But for somebody like that can't complete a 35-hour campaign in 5 weeks, what the fuck, Blizzard? Like, holy shit, man. If they're trying to maximize profits, it just seems like such an idiotic move from a business standpoint. You're literally gatekeeping these people that are playing your game, forcing them to not want to play it, or at least not the seasonal stuff where you're actually hoping to make all your money, right, after the release of the game. To continually update it. They're gonna experience this, Blizzard will, and then they're gonna have to fix this problem, right? Fuck.
Part of the thing is kind
of
we use the term.
Oh, what the hell, guys?
One of the reasons you would want to complete the battle pass is you could look like this.
Yeah.
And by completing the battle pass in terms of the mount armor, the armor that the characters are wearing, and so. Did you want to talk a little bit about
yeah?
Kind of the stuff?
I mean, so one of the things that's really cool about a lot of the items in the battle pass.
Get the horse off my fucking screen! I don't give a shit. I'm not even gonna use it when I don't think when I fucking even start a new character on the season, right? Except for maybe the Necromancer because they're so slow. Because yeah, fuck that. I hate the horse. It's a piece of shit.
There are these really exciting like armors to chase for the characters. There are like fun new emotes to go chase for different classes.
Emotes.
And we have even things like the like what we're showing off here, like the Artisan's Tunic. We have some things that are like these. And this is actually one of our free cosmetics. Actually, is this the things are like a little bit lower fantasy that we can use to kind of like role play different kind of themes out for your characters. Just give you more options. And we have like our bigger stuff like this. Like this is like the Awoken Cold Iron stuff. Is like some of like the like real.
Oh, there's one for each. It's or a version or that one for every class. That's good.
Chase armor cosmetics.
Huh?
Every time I go to my stash, my transmog for my focus gets disabled. I have to go
That's
back
weird,
into
dude.
the wardrobe and freaking reactivate it. Because it says, oh, basically it's saying like I removed my weapon, so that transmog's gone. But I don't remove my weapon. I just go into my stash and it automatically
I'll be right back.
gets rid of it.
exists at the end of the
And I'm back.
end of the battle pass.
It's one of the things that, like, if you notice either the role-playing armor, like the artisan tunic, or the
What the hell, dude? That's literally just a reskin of the first one they showed. Oh my god. I imagine the armor is going to be maybe something for characters themselves, which is probably what people care about more. It's going to be something similar to this. Like, oh, you get the helm here, then you get the chest here or something, but then later when you're on tier 50, you get, you know, just another version of it that's red instead
Fortnite
of
does
blue.
that all the time.
It's fucking shitty, man.
the helmet is that one of the big things about the battle
They do
pass
that
is that
all the
unlike the
time,
shop,
like,
the battle
after
pass, all of the
100,
cosmetics
that's what
are
they do.
class agnostic.
Get different
So why we have a
versions,
preview for all 5 classes, so you can see what it looks like on a barbarian, what it looks like on a druid, what it looks like on a necromancer, and those sorts of things. And that's one of the nice things about the battle pass is everything you're earning on the battle pass, class agnostic.
Yeah, for those transmogs.
The exception is the transmog weapons. There are transmog weapons on there that are class specific, just because classes
can only use
certain
specific,
weapons.
yeah.
So if your class can equip that weapon, then you have access to it. Just to reinforce, I think it was already expressed, but there are lots of free things on the battle pass. If you pay to upgrade it to the premium battle pass, what you're gaining access to are a bunch of additional cosmetic things.
Yeah.
So the only thing you're getting access to by paying is that additional cosmetic unlock. So there's really, really cool stuff, some on the early end, and then especially on the tail end of it, that's what you're buying into. But the free version...
Keep going. I'm getting ready to transition.
Okay. The free version
I know where I want to go after you.
still has some very cool unlocks. And anything related to, well, you wanted to talk more about blessings, right?
Well, that's what they're saying with the free side. Like, so we were saying there's 27 free tiers in the battle pass, and part of those 27 free tiers are smoldering ashes that you can get based on the level you are in the game and that you've progressed with favor. And what do those smoldering ashes get you?
So these smoldering ashes the player will collect at the battle pass are, as you called out, like they're on the free track of the battle pass. You need to be you have a character of a certain level in order to be able to actually use them. So they're kind of like they're rate limited that way. We'll take those and you'll be able to use those and apply them to the seasonal blessings system.
Right.
And here, okay, we can actually finally reveal all of these. So here are the places where, as the player is collecting these ashes, they can invest them here to give all of their characters on the seasonal realm kind of like this advantage able to carry through. So whether that is like bonus to like XP earned from monster kills, like we call out here, or things like boosting the duration of all elixirs that you're using over the course of the season.
Right, and you can looks like. I'm assuming that, I don't know if it's linear or not, but if I would assume it was linear, I can do it 4 times at 15%, so like 60% duration on elixirs, in terms of that particular. The
battle pass are, as you called out, like they're on the free track of the battle pass. You need to be you have a character of a certain level in order to be able to actually use them. So they're kind of like they're rate limited that way. We'll take those and you'll be able to use those and apply them to the seasonal blessings system.
Right.
And here, okay, we can actually finally reveal all of these. So here are the places where, as the player is collecting these ashes, they can invest them here to give all of their characters on the seasonal realm kind of like this advantage able to carry through. So whether that is like bonus to like XP earned from monster kills, like we call out here, or things like boosting the duration of all elixirs that you're using over the course of the season.
Right, and you can looks like. I'm assuming that, I don't know if it's linear or not, but if I would assume it was linear, I can do it 4 times at 15%, so like 60% duration on elixirs, in terms of that particular, the earn of prolonging.
That's right, yeah. We want to make this just be an extra little fun little thing for players to chase as they're going through the season to kind of, help them like boost their characters up a little bit more quickly as they kind of get deeper and deeper into progression through the season and give them a few different advantages to play with while they're playing through.
So if I were to max out with my smoldering ashes, they're like earn a prolonging is where I want to invest my smoldering ashes. I can basically take my 30-minute elixir and make it almost a 50-minute elixir. So getting that 5% XP boost, maybe for me, it's the extra 200 thorns and the 200 armor. Okay, that.
Yeah, it's too bad I don't see a thing here that says find, like, I don't care about the rare materials. I don't really care about gold. I mean, gold maybe.
That's really cool.
Experience, of course. But, like, instead of the boost all elixirs, like, why isn't there a chance up to 15%? 3% times 4, that's 12% experience gain. 5 for 20% for gold. That's pretty significant, I guess. 10% for rare materials. Who gives a fuck, man? You get so much loot to salvage. It's not even an issue after like level 20, for fuck's sakes, if all you do is salvage your shit. Or once you get up to about 50, really, you have no issue with that, right? The duration of all elixirs, they last long enough. It's like 15 minutes or something like that. That it doesn't matter. So you're gonna get what, 15 times 4? That's 60% increase. So like you're gonna get like 22 minutes out of an elixir. Like, I've never met anybody where under normal circumstances it takes them 22 minutes to complete a dungeon, which is usually when you're using these, right? It's when you go into the dungeons. Instead, this should be magic find, right? Urn of magic find or whatever, so that especially at later levels in the end game you have a better chance of actually finding those fucking super rares and shit.
Yeah, and give you boosts to like get more opportunities to earn like the or better malignant heart drops that can occur for you as you're playing.
And these are available to everyone because who's in the seasonal realm, because it's part of the free track.
Yes.
And they are limited based on they're also limited based on level of the player, so that even if someone were to use tier skips, even though they might get to the tier that says free Smoldering Ashes, it doesn't actually unlock until you get to the level requirement.
Yeah, for like for example, like the first ash that you unlock in the battle pass is, I think it's tier 8 maybe.
Tier 8,
yeah. And it has a level 40 character requirement as an example. Just to make it really, really clear, like you will be able to use this in time, but immediately like you need to continue to progress your character and like continue to level up, and then you'll be able to use that accordingly.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I kind of do my little summary thing. So basically, what we said, so we have a seasonal theme of the Malignant, which has the mechanic of capturing Malignant hearts and putting it into jewelry. We use that to complete our season's journey. Our season journey is rewarding us favor. Our favor, we're then putting into the battle pass to get really cool cosmetics and transmogs, but also based on our level and our tier in the battle pass, we'll get Smoldering Ashes. We can use those Smoldering Ashes to apply a season's blessing, which allows us to use those urns and get sort of perks for during just this season that we've unlocked.
That's correct.
So the free person's experience, if you never want to pay a cent, you are still getting a lot of power out of the season journey and the free aspect, the free unlocks on the battle pass. So this is kind of an increase in power for everybody. And then if you want to spend money, just reinforcing that, that's unlocking more cosmetics. And don't get me wrong, like they're amazing cosmetics. I am planning to pay to unlock them myself. But there's no power that comes from them. They are transmogs. They are not actual items. It's just a transmog you can place on your armor to look cool. They don't actually cause things to light on fire.
Yeah, it's just reinforcing what we had talked about before, like even before launch and so forth, is that the battle pass itself, anything that if you do pay for a battle pass, all the paid items are going to be cosmetics and for you, it's no pay for power.
And if you bought the deluxe or the ultimate edition, you already will have a ability to make that a premium battle pass. It still doesn't. So that's great for them. So then let's talk a little bit about the transitional side of it in terms of how I go into this or what happens. So there's a couple of different things. There's like, one is like there's a need. So there's a question. I guess we should talk about renown. Like one of the big things that we hear the most about is, hey, I spent a lot of time and I noticed.
Yeah, I'll once I'm making some notes here because this is I think I might make a post Blizzard about this, right, for feedback. The casual versus hardcore seasonal issues. Just complete the campaign. Quote from Joey P. Yeah, it's a big L for Blizzard end players alike, especially casuals. Whom they're supposed to be apparently catering the game towards? Question mark? That doesn't seem like the case at all. Okay? Not at all. Most people are going to be... People are already upset over the whole battle pass. Now they will be less likely now and in the future to participate in seasons, i.e. less money for future development. Um, can I place a normal gem in a malignant socket? They never answered that question. How rare are raffle hearts? Because those are probably going to be the most powerful ones, and those are going to be the best in socket, best in slot ones that people are going to want to use. Let's see. And then there's gameplay issues. Stash/inventory. No fixed in sight. Why can this not be done in between or during preseason and or during a season? That just sounds like a dumb thing to say. Like, yeah, let's see. Here's another question. Melee / character bug. Characters appear to lose control over movement when being forced into play while against a wall, pillar, or other similar environmental let's see. Characters appear to lose control over movement / abilities, become unusable, when being forced into play while against a wall, pillar, or other environmental object. Is this a bug or by design? That's a really big one for me because this is something that happens every day, like every few moments while I'm playing the game. basically, if I shadow step as a rogue to an enemy, and that enemy's like near a wall, as happens a lot in like, take the Dark Ravine as a really good example. I'm not the only kind of character that with my rogue that suffers this. My friend Valen Thorian, playing a sorceress, especially now that they're basically a melee sorceress using a lightning build with the lightning orbs and the freaking the encircling lightning orbs and the whip lightning attack, whatever the basic. They're experiencing this now, especially if similar to me, when they teleport or when they are forced into melee close range combat against enemies, and they're like in between the player is in between a, say, like a pillar or the wall or something like that, an environmental object, and an enemy. And then suddenly you can't move, even though there's no CC being applied to you. All your character will do is sit there and do like some kind of weird, like not even basic attack. Or they'll get stuck in an animation. A good example for me is Twisting Blades. I'll get stuck in the animation of just stab, 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 stab. Even if I only press the ability once, for a second or two, my character will just sit there, stab, stab, stab. And I have no control of that. I can't move, can't dodge, nothing. But then suddenly it's like I come unstuck from that environmental object. And then like my character's doing things that I was pressing buttons for, like 5-6 seconds onwards, where I'm still not really in control. And then there's a lot of times where I die, right? So the memory leak causes crashes, causes instability in game, which has led to many deaths. Because basically the game will start lagging out, but it's not internet lag, it's a memory problem. Slows entire computer down. Have to restart the game, potentially losing progress and losing hardcore characters. This is why I'm not playing hardcore. I would love to play a hardcore rogue in between now and when the season starts on the 20th or whatever, but I'm not gonna fucking do that because of the memory leak. But then there's also potentially losing progress. There's the whole, when you like teleport to town or, you know, get kicked out of the game or something like that, and then your character's just fucking dead. What else? It slows my entire computer down. Game becomes unresponsive and refuses to shut down, even when using the task manager to force shutdown, etc. Those are kind of the some things that I have questions about so far. So I have season 1. Here's another question. Is there any other mechanics in season 1 that we can engage with other than a new nightmare dungeon equivalent? And the returning legendary gems from D3. Like, that just seems like, how is this a game change? Like, really? Like, you're making us play through content. Why are we being made to play through content that is essentially a copy paste from a previous and worse game? Like, at least in Diablo 3 you can like level up the gems. Like, you just go do content and you level it up, right? This, it sounds like you are forced to you are forced to this is the only thing there is, right? Is this stuff. So it's like, what the hell, man? Like, why are you doing content that's from another game? Why not do something freaking new and interesting? This isn't interesting, sorry. Like, I'm excited about, maybe excited about the powers, but they look lame, honestly. And they only showed one, which is concerning. Why not show the other hearts that were in that character's inventory? Why not show a list of potential powers or something like that, right? Like, and like, it doesn't seem to affect the game world much. Like, okay, you can come across a malignant monster, but it doesn't seem to like change the environment. Oh, you force open a dungeon similar to like with a nightmare dungeon, and go through a dungeon that's specific to the seasonal theme, right? But the seasonal theme doesn't seem to really affect much of anything else, right? Yeah, oh, it's going to affect your character's power. Okay, that's if they're any good, actually. We haven't seen any examples of like utility or resource or defensive powers for it either. What was another question? Can parts be upgraded at a vendor? So you don't have to rely similar to armor weapons, jewelry, and nightmare sigils. Let me see. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I did too. I completed all my renown objectives. I've got full everything. And now I hear, oh, I have to reroll my character in season. Do I have to go find all the altars of Lilith? Do I have to go all clear the fog of war again?
Yeah, so I know we've talked about this in stream before, but it definitely bears repeating. So like when season 1 goes live, players are going to be able to go basically carry over like all of the fog of war that they've cleared. So everything, all the world they've explored on their characters in each of the zones, like in the Fractured Peaks and Scotsland and such. All of that's going to carry over, as well as all of the renown that you have earned from all of that, all of the exploration.
So can we bring up the screen? So basically where we see areas...
Yeah, you don't even get the full fucking... Ugh. This better be...
discovered.
Yeah.
Let's say I've actually... Okay, we'll say this is this person.
Because let's say that's 54, right? 54 dungeons, or areas... times 5, right? That's 270. There's 31. That's 310 plus 310, right? So I mean, hopefully that's enough to get you at least all your skill points. Like, fuck. But like, why? Why do they not relent on forcing people to engage with a system no one enjoys doing, even to the completion? Or even to completion the first time in the pre-season. Like, why do they care so much about forcing people to do the renown? Why do the devs care so much about forcing players to do this? Like, I'd like an actual answer, because even the what I don't remember his fucking name, the guy that was talking about this, like the lead designer or whatever his name is, or director, not Joey P, the other guy that was in the campfire chat or whatever, and various other times. Why do they think that this is a good idea? Like, I've already unlocked all this shit. It took me forever. And even I know while leveling up, it's still going to take I don't suspect, or I suspect that by the time I hit 50 and get to World Tier 3, I'm not going to have all my Paragon points. That's my main concern. I don't give a shit about the obols. But I'm not going to have all my Paragon points. That's 25 or 20 fucking Paragon points. That's going to be your first board. That doesn't really give you much of anything. There's no legendary affix there or anything like that for the board. So it's just a glyph, and like you're gonna probably, you're not gonna have a glyph to put in there anyways as soon as you hit 50, but whatever. You'll have something as soon as you hit level 50 and you do your first nightmare dungeon. But like everybody wants to just get their points, complete their first board, and then move on to another board immediately at 51 or whatever, or like get the, you get 1 point at 50, and then like you could take that and open the gate and immediately choose your next board, right? But no, they're gonna make you wait for some dumb reason, and like these experience rewards and gold rewards from these are trash. It's like worthless. One, it doesn't even tell you how much bonus XP you get, but it's like you waste all this time doing this, and like the experience and gold is fucking worthless. Like you get 150k times 5, so you get 700, less than 1 million gold. Like, dude, you're gonna go through that by that level. By the time you get to all that gold, like, let's see, what's the total? That's 3,000, right? 3 times 5, that's 15,000, right? Plus 10 times 5 plus 50. 25 times 5, 25, 50, 125. Oh shit. 15 plus 50. Wait. 15 plus 50. Plus. Wait, what the fuck? Yeah, that's 10,000 times 5, 50. 15 plus 50 plus 125. 6 times 5, 6, that's 30. 300 plus 150. 50 times 5. Oh, plus 750. So that's 1,240,000 gold total you get from all renown, despite the time and effort it takes to waste time on doing all this shit. Okay, and you're gonna have like, that's like literally the cost of like maybe upgrading one item if you're fucking lucky, right? Like, because as you get into the higher levels, the items, they become more costly, just even from the first time, even when it's a rare, right? To reroll, and you only get to reroll one stat. Oh man, that's bad. I don't know how much bonus experience it is, but it's probably like a couple levels max. And at later levels, it's literally nothing. A drop in the bucket of what it's going to cost you to level up. So these are not worth it whatsoever. I could see like, having all these bottom row unlocked, but then forcing you to get the bonus XP and gold if you wanted. If you wanted to do this again, but like even then the rewards would have to be much higher. They just gave me my why do they insist on why do they insist on having us do this? Like, we've already gone through it. Right? Nobody wants to engage with the renowned shit again. It's garbage.
So right now,
like myself, it took me so long to do it. There's basically two types of people. Those who like hammer out the renown as fast as possible. Why? Because they know renown systems suck, and they want to get it out of the way to get the rewards. The rewards like are good except for the obols, right? Who fucking cares? What do you do? It's just a few less trips back to town to go spend your obols when you're full. But the Paragon points, skill points, and potion capacity is really important. So people either complete it right out the gate as fast as possible, and they kind of use that to level, or as part of leveling. So they plan that out, or you do like I did. You do some of it, then you're like, I fucking can't stand doing this anymore, and you go do some actually play the fucking game, right? That's the big contention here, I think, is doing the renown literally takes you out of playing the game the way the game is meant to be played. It's not the same as the season journey in Diablo 3. Diablo 3 is the season journey for that was the same, or is going to be the same essentially as the season journey for Diablo 4. You passively unlock everything by just playing the game. This forces you into doing very specific things you might not want to be doing at all. Right? Now imagine, it took me a month to get all this done. Every freaking place. No, more than that. Almost 5 weeks. So now imagine a person who had... Because here's another issue. If you haven't completed this, like these tasks, like discovering areas, etc., it's like whatever you've uncovered, whatever altars you've discovered on pre-season Eternal Realm, that carries over to Seasonal Realm. But what if you're one of these casuals who definitely, if they haven't completed the fucking campaign, they don't have these things unlocked. They haven't gotten the roughly 30 in each zone altars of Lilith. They haven't gotten like the roughly 50-ish areas or whatever in each zone. That's a lot of work for that, right? You want them to waste their fucking time when they have very limited, like a few hours a week tops, like 4, maybe 5 hours or sometimes less to do this, right? Like you're going to force them to do that. Like I thought this was supposed to be casual friendly. It's not. This is some of the most important shit, the skill points and the Paragon points for your character. And these people are never going to have this because they'll just get sick and tired and stop playing. So dumb.
Now they've got 30 areas discovered, which is worth 150 renown.
Right.
So what's going to happen is in the season, I'm going to have 30 areas clear inside of Kyrgyzstan, and I will have 150 renown already in the bank. And it will have unlocked whatever 150 renown will have unlocked.
Absolutely right. Yep, absolutely right. So you're going to have that, and you're also going to have already collected all of your altars of Lilith that you've got from your
So the same thing here. So I will have 12 will be appearing on my map immediately, and I will have 120 renown in the bank with my other 100. So I'll have 270 renown already earned, waiting for me to claim when I fire up the season.
That's absolutely correct. So these are the advantages you get to start with, and like if you look at like all of the renown you can collect from discovering all of the areas and from getting all of your altars of Lilith, it's going to get you in each of the zones, basically through the first 2 tiers, and a little bit of the way through the 3rd tier for each of the zones for renown. So you get to start with, like, if you start at level 1 on day 1 of the new season with a brand new character, you'll start, and you've done all of this work with your previous characters and previous playthroughs. You'll have 5 skill points to play with, and then 5 extra potion charges. So you'll be at sitting at 9 potion charges.
At level 1, you'll have 5 skill points and 9 potions ready to go.
Absolutely. You just claim those things down.
Wait, did he just say 5?
That, and you're also going to have already collected all of your altars of Lilith that you've got from your
So the same thing here. So I will have 12 will be appearing on my map immediately, and I will have 120 renown in the bank with my other 100. So I'll have 270 renown already earned, waiting for me to claim when I fire up the season.
That's absolutely correct. So these are the advantages you get to start with, and like if you look at like all of the renown you can collect from discovering all of the areas and from getting all of your altars of Lilith, it's going to get you in each of the zones, basically through the first 2 tiers, and a little bit of the way through the 3rd tier for each of the zones for renown. So you get to start with like
worth 150 renown.
Right.
So what's going to happen is in the season, I'm going to have 30 areas clear inside of Kyrgyzstan, and I will have 150 renown already in the bank. And it will have unlocked whatever 150 renown will have unlocked.
Absolutely right. Yep, absolutely right. So you're going to have that, and you're also going to have already collected all of your altars of Lilith that you've got from your
So the same thing here. So I will have 12 will be appearing on my map immediately, and I will have 120 renown in the bank with my other 100. So I'll have 270 renown already earned, waiting for me to claim when I fire up the season.
That's absolutely correct. So these are the advantages you get to start with, and like if you look at like all of the renown you can collect from the from discovering all of the areas and from getting all of your altars of loath, it's going to get you in each of the zones, basically through the first 2 tiers, and a little bit of the way through the 3rd tier for each of the zones for renown. So you get to start with like if you start at level 1 on day 1 of the new season with a brand new character, you'll start.
Okay, this is fucking retarded. Okay, why is it okay to give 5 skill points and 5 potion charges, but not 10 skill points and already unlock mobiles and paragon? This seems arbitrary and pointless. Like, legitimately, it is. Freaking dumb, man. Oh. Like, that pisses me off even more, because now I know I'm not going to have all my 10 skill points. When I could go on Eternal and I make a new character and have fucking 10 skill points. And I know that I'm going to have all my max ovals and 20 freaking extra Paragon points at level 50 when I hit that level on my Necro. Or any other character I make in the future. Like, why the fuck? Oh. And they still haven't given a adequate, not even a bare minimum, really, rationale as to why they're forcing people out of this. And having to do it every freaking season. That's ridiculous, man.
Start, and you've done all of this work.
It's not just redundant, it's arbitrary and pointless. Yeah. It's not fun to do this shit. Every time I have to do renown shit, I'm just like, okay, guys, I'm not streaming right now because I'm traveling around the world, doing content that I don't want to be doing. Because the side dungeons, like, if I could choose my nightmare dungeons, right, actually choose which dungeon and then pick a tier for it, that'd be great. But I can't. It's all fucking random. So I can't keep doing nightmare dungeons as part of the renown to unlock renown. No, I have to do regular dungeons, which is shitty because the experience and, you know, item rewards and all that shit is far less than especially now after the updates, than when you get in nightmare dungeons. I would rather just keep doing fucking nightmare dungeons. Like, Jesus Christ, man.
With your previous characters and previous playthroughs, you'll have 5 skill points to play with, and then 5 extra potion charges. So you'll be.
It's like, oh, guys, you went through all the time and effort of doing all the renown pre-season. We don't care. Sorry, you got to do it again. Why? Please answer that fucking question. Why do we have to do this again? Like, Jesus Christ, is it not enough that I just finished all the Paragons, or all the renown stuff, okay? A few days ago?
I just
finished. My brother also just did. He hasn't played the game as much as me because he's got to work and stuff, you know? But, that's like a month's worth of time of playing, right? Like, 284 hours divided by 5 weeks, let's say. That's like nearly 60 hours a week. Okay, and I've spent anywhere from like an hour to 3 hours or more at times running around doing freaking renown shit instead of just playing the game like I actually wanted to play it, right? And you know, I didn't like doing that. It took me out of the game. right? Why force people to do something like that when everybody says, I don't want to be doing this again? Why did they revert to, before they were telling everybody everything you unlock as part of the Renown will be unlocked for you in each season. You won't have to do it again. And then they went back on that, and now they're saying it's only partial. Why? When you already knew long ahead of time that nobody wanted to fucking do it again. It's a shitty grind. It's not fun. It's not entertaining, and it's a waste of time. I can't stream that shit, man. Nobody wants to watch. People barely want to watch ARPG gameplay as it is. Nobody wants to fucking watch me grind Renown. That's why I don't do it on stream, because it's boring shit. And then I'm going to get distracted, especially once I get down to World Tier 3, because there's going to be Hell Tides. I'm going to be wanting to do Nightmare Dungeons and stuff, World Bosses, etc. But instead of, like, why aren't World Bosses on here? Right? Why isn't this, like, when you get down to World Tier 3, why isn't it, like, complete so many Nightmare Dungeons? Instead of complete, go through, having, like, the 23 dungeons in frickin' Kyrgyzstan, which you have to do once each to get this. For side dungeons, why not make it just complete 23 Nightmare Dungeons total in Kyrgyzstan as Nightmare Dungeons? Convert it. That would be far better, because at least I'm doing the shit I want to do.
It'd be sitting at 9 pushing charges.
At level 1.
Oh, and I would be getting the rewards of doing the content that I want to play. Right? Why isn't there a thing for, like, complete Hell Tide so many times? Complete, collect or open so many mystery chests, things like that, instead of fucking side quests, right? And make them more valuable so the shit doesn't take as long. Why isn't there a thing on here for the season that says complete this many season, collect this many rewards, or complete this many chapters of this season journey and get something? Like, get a number of there's 7 chapters. It's like, maybe, like, make each one worth like 100 or something, like the strongholds. Because I imagine that's going to take a little bit of time to get a chapter complete. And it's especially going to take longer as the chapters become more difficult, as they said, to complete. Like, I'm going to add this here. Why is the season journey not adding to your renown station? Why can't I choose which Nightmare Dungeon to do to craft specifically for whichever tier I want to play on? I want to be doing relevant content that plays out similar to the natural progression of the season journey, not a forced and arbitrary system that everyone hates doing.
We'll have 5 skill points and 9 potions ready to go.
Absolutely. You just claim those things down, you're good to go for the season.
And your map reveal.
And your
Okay, here's another question, right? Why am I being forced to play a weaker character at the beginning? Like, here's another question. Actually, here's well, I need to well, I start with the same amount of renown each season. Why are players being forced to redo renown when no one enjoys doing it in the first place. It is not fun. What about casuals who already have limited time to play and are not and that is being compounded by not just being forced into making a new seasonal character, which I think is perfectly okay. Seasons are fine. Being forced into making a new seasonal character, but now also has to redo the extremely time-consuming renown yet again. And here's another thing too. If you haven't completed, on top of having to redo the whole main campaign because around 70% of players have not even completed it yet. What about casuals who already have... No. Yeah, like what are they thinking, man? Like this is not conducive to having a healthy player base. This kind of shit at all.
Your map
And your
reel.
map we've
so that
revealed,
so
yeah.
that
Ooh,
goes
you
back
got your
to
map
what Tim
and your
was teeing up
altars.
earlier.
Ooh.
When we think about, hey, I'm excited about the season.
Like that power boost you get from the altars is like 70, 80 points or some shit for each stat. You get some mobiles, you get some Paragon points. Like they're probably like, oh, but guys, you get 5 or 4 Paragon points from doing the altars. Whoop-de-fucking-doo. I want all my shit that I've already worked for. It's so time consuming. I don't like sitting there and just grinding renown. It's fucking boring, okay? It's not fun. Jesus Christ. Guys are just... And they just ignore it. Like, maybe they think it's fun or something, or that it's worthwhile. The rewards are worthwhile, but the time invested is not. After you've done it once. I've done it before. I don't want to fucking do it again, okay?
And I want to prepare for it. I've got
Like do these guys not want somebody like Asmongold? Like, I don't care if they personally like him or not, but he's got a large audience. He influences a lot of people to play a lot of different games. And he has said, if he has to do the season journey again, he's probably going to play through season 1. But after that, he's never fucking doing it again. He'll probably never play the game again because of that.
I think he said something that he was going to quit and uninstall it or something.
Yeah, he'll quit and uninstall the fucking game. And he's going to tell other people to do the same thing. Or he's going to say, yeah, you don't have to do what I'm doing. But you know what? People will follow through with him. In solidarity with the community. Because that's what the community for Asmongold is going to fucking do, okay? And he's got to... Let's see. How many followers on Twitch does Asmongold have, right? So he's got... I don't know if he's been streaming on his main channel. But let's see. Asmongold. Okay. So his last video he did was... Let me see here. Recent broadcast. Let's go view all. He did a video last month on his main channel, which has 3.4 million followers. Last month about Diablo 4. That was on release. He played for 13 hours or some shit. And then he had 2.3 million views on that. And then he had 2.3 million views on his Games Expo from last month or whatever that was uploaded on here apparently. That's just his main channel, which he doesn't really do anything on. Right? But his Zach Roar channel, he has 1.4 million followers. So in total, I don't know how many of those carry over, but like, let's say they're mostly like different. That's like 3.8 million people potentially. His last video was freaking yesterday, I think. Yeah, 15 hours ago, right? And he had 145,000 views on that one video. Okay, his average is like 150-ish, you know, to like fucking 200 and some viewers, it looks like. Sometimes lower, sometimes higher, but like, Jesus Christ, guys, like, that's one community. And then you have people like Quinn69 and all these other people that are like, you know, this is trash, don't do this, blah, blah, blah. And they're not listening to any of that. Like, get off your high fucking horses. Pull the stick out of your asses. This is the same bullshit that companies like Wizards of the Coast do to their players, right? Or it's like that stupid saying that the one guy said that was kind of right, but also kind of wrong about World of Warcraft years ago or whatever, which was like, you know, you think you want that, but really you don't. It's because you haven't experienced it yet or whatever. And when you do get what you want, you're not going to like it, essentially, this kind of thing. So it's like, kind of be careful what you wish for. But I don't think the requests of changes and whatnot to prolong the game and make the game better from the community for Diablo 4 is unreasonable at all, okay? Because they're pretty fundamental and basic things. It's not the same as... And even then, a lot of things about World of Warcraft, the reason why World of Warcraft is such crap right now is because of the way they've designed systems, because they continually don't fucking listen to their player base. It's a massive issue with Blizzard employees, it seems. Like, what the fuck, guys? They don't seem to be able to delineate between, like, what's good feedback, what's bad feedback, and actually applying things in a lot of cases. And all it takes is one or two things, literally just one thing. And that will cause a person and their community to go bye-bye, right? And then there's, I guess a good representation of, like, this kind of attitude from Blizzard employees is their developers and stuff like that towards communities is like when they announced Diablo Immortal instead of Diablo 4 at fucking BlizzCon or whatever it was. And they said, and people were like, well, is this coming to PC? And the dude was like, well, don't you have a phone? Like, why don't you, like, are you fucking kidding me? You don't have a phone? Eventually, they did port it to PC or whatever, too, I guess. But at the same time, it's like, what goes through your head to think that that's a good idea to think regarding your community and point that towards the people who are going to be the people who would want to play a Diablo game to begin with, or like ARPG fans and enjoyers, and like as Mangold puts in, the hardcore community and stuff like that. Like, what the fuck, Blizzard? Massive fucking L. This season is, oh man, like, I'll engage with it, I'll check it out, but holy shit, I hope this is not what it, like, I could see if this mechanic, the hearts stuff, the malignant stuff, becomes part of the main Eternal Realm, and every season moving forward, that's fine. That would be cool, but if not, like, dude, like, this is what you're going to do to try and engage people for 3 months in the game? Like, are you fucking shitting me? Because as a system, by itself, as a theme, it's not really that interesting. It's maybe for people who have never played a seasonal game like Diablo before. Maybe for people who never played Diablo 3 and had the legendary gems, right? Which, by the way, that became a permanent staple of just Diablo 3 in general, after the season that they originally came in or whatever. But even then, it's like, why are you guys rehashing old content from other games? Right? Do I have that? Memory leak, gameplay issues, casual is there. Why are we being made to play through content that is essentially a copy pasta from a previous and worse game? Yeah, okay, that's in there.
Got,
Woo!
What is it? It's the 6th today?
Today's the 6th,
Okay,
yes.
so I have 14 days.
14
I
days.
have 2 weeks. what should I be doing in these next 2 weeks? And so one was, I better get the campaign done because I really want to.
complete oh my god, guys! Like, fuck. Yeah, go and tell that to all the casuals who haven't had time to complete the campaign. Just complete it, dude. They haven't completed it in 5 weeks. You think they're going to complete it in 2 now? When they don't have the fucking time? Especially since I think the majority of people who are even remotely playing the game long term are probably old fans that have been playing Diablo games off and on for years, but now don't have the time to invest in the game like they used to with older games. Because of work, because of children, because of family and life, etc. in general. They're not taking that into account with this kind of shit. Right? Like, this is how you disengage people. By forcing them into shit like this. And then you just say ignorant things like, just complete the campaign. Better get that done, or you're fucked. Because you don't even get to engage with the actual seasonal content until you complete that fucking campaign. And then on top of that, you also have the renown, which is going to take you out of doing that new content. Along with all the other new content you have to engage with on World Tier 3 and 4.
Fight the Malignant, but now, like, if you had places to go to, like, dig deep on clearing the fog and dig deep on finding the altars, because those are going to carry into the season.
Yeah, all that stuff will carry over with you.
Okay, so then, Tim, how do I think about 5 skill points and 9 potions ready to go?
Absolutely. You just claim those things down, you're good to go for the season.
And your map reveal.
And your map
and
reveal.
Your map reveal.
So that goes back to what Tim was teeing up earlier. When we think about, hey, I'm excited about the season, I want to prepare for it, I've got, what is it? It's the 6th today?
Today's the 6th,
yes.
Okay,
So I have 14
literally
days.
have 14
I have
days.
2 weeks.
Days, yeah.
What should I be doing in these next 2 weeks? And so one was, I better get the campaign done because I really want to
complete the campaign.
Fight the Malignant. But now, like, if you had places to go to, like, dig deep on clearing the fog and dig deep on finding the altars, because those are going to carry into the season.
Yeah, all that stuff will carry over with you.
Okay, so then, Tim, how do I think about, I've got 5, 6 alts, my characters right now in the Eternal Realm. We're talking about carrying over progress based on how do I ensure that the progress, like the most progress character, it actually impacts my seasonal character? Like,
yeah, Tim, tell us. It's a great question. For various technical implementation reasons, we do actually need you to log in on existing characters to kind of self-migrate some of your data with this. So this is something that we implemented based on player feedback that we got. So we put it in as quickly as we could. It is in for Season 1, but what we need you to do, once Season 1 comes out, actually once the patch comes out, you don't even have to wait until July 20th. You can do this on July 18th, which is when the patch goes live. You should log in with characters that have the most progress. If you have a single character you played, or if you have one character that, hey, on this one character I unlocked all the altars and cleared all the fog of war, awesome. You just have to log in with that person. When you log in with that character, all of that progress is going to be propagated across your entire account. It'll be saved as, hey, this is just unlocked for your whole account now. At that point, any character you log on, either one of your existing alts or any new character you make in seasons will now have all of that progress. So you have to do it once, but after you've done that, it is now saved to your account. And just to reinforce, the experience you're going to have if you have unlocked all of these things, it takes a little bit of work, but if you've unlocked all of that, when you start that new seasonal character, wow, is that a lot of power. You are going to
Is it really? That's a lot of power? Are you fucking kidding me? Have you played the game?
A single character you played, or if you have one character that, hey, on this one character I unlocked all the altars and cleared all the fog of war, awesome. You just have to log in with that person. When you log in with that character, all of that progress is going to be propagated across your entire account. It'll be saved as, hey, this is just unlocked for your whole account now. At that point...
Why is not the entire renown that I already fucking did fully unlocked? What the hell? Is that another, air quotes, technical reason? Bullshit. If they could do it for the skill points and the potions, why the fuck can't they do it for the obols and the paragon points? Right? Like, what the hell? It sounds like horse shit.
Any character you log on, either one of your existing alts or any new character you make in seasons will now have all of that progress. So you have to do it once, but after you've done that, it is now saved to your account. And just to reinforce, the experience you're going to have if you have unlocked...
Okay, yeah, this is a question I put down here. So, will I start with the same amount of renown each season? Will I start with the same amount of renown as in season 1 in each season future, despite having fully completed it not once but twice after season 1? Like, that seems like a fucking retarded thing to do. Absolutely moronic.
Unlocked all these things. It takes a little bit of work, but if you've unlocked all of that,
yeah, it's not just a little bit of work, Tim. I played the game for nearly 300 fucking hours before I had the renown fully unlocked because I didn't want to engage with it because it's so fucking boring and annoying. Jesus Christ, man. It's not fun.
You start that new seasonal character. Wow, is that a lot of power? You are going to level pretty fast
because that's a lot of power. Potentially 2 skill points or sorry, maybe up to 10. I don't fucking know what it is, man. What is it? Yeah, cancel this shit. No, go back, Twitter. I don't know what my fucking password is anymore, but... No. There we go. Finally back on my actual Twitter account. I guess I should probably put this on here. Link it to my Twitch and my freaking YouTube. Where's my settings and shit? Verified? How do you get verified? Subscribe? What? You have to fucking pay for it? Well, I guess, yeah, okay. It's kind of better than before, but... yeah, it's fine. Where is my profile? No, I don't want to edit my profile. Where is the option for dark view, man? Go home. Is there a dark view for this? Okay, anyways, yeah, I'm back. Search Diablo 4. What's the official Diablo 4 Twitter? Wait, what? What the fuck is this, man? Okay, now I gotta search for this.
Extra 5 skill points, extra 5 potions. You are ridiculously overpowered when you first start playing. Like, that is a lot of extra power.
It will accelerate you a little.
I hate this. 5 skill points. 5 to 10 skill points is not overpowered. Okay, at level 1. It's not. Diablo at Diablo. There we go. I don't think I'm following. Nope. Yep, I'm going to be checking this out afterwards. This is gonna, I can imagine this is going to be interesting because, I mean, this has already gone on for... I've been streaming for, you know, and fucking ranting for 3 hours, roughly 3.5 hours. Whatever. As long as it takes for me. I don't mind streaming for this long. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back.
But this should start.
And because that is a big caveat, like we will be reminding everyone. I'm gonna be like literally screaming from the rooftops. I know we will be posting it in our patch notes on that come out for the patch on the 18th, just to remind people that yes, log into your characters beforehand. Even if you log in, like if you jump into the season later on, you can log into those characters with the most amount of progress.
Well,
and
that's
so forth.
that's the two things we should, because it'll probably be questions.
So, yeah,
but one
Paul,
is
apparently-
I don't do that for whatever.
For technical reasons, you have to log into a Eternal Realm character before the season, or even during the season, whatever, to have that renown progress carry over. Like that's after the patch for which is coming out on the 18th comes out. So between then and the end of the season or whatever, like you have to log on to a character that has that renown unlocked for it to transfer over to the season. Which is fine or whatever, but my question is, is it a technical requirement why you can't give us all the fucking renown?
Yeah.
Like, they're saying basically you're gonna have enough renown to, like, get, like, get the potions and get one skill point per character.
Wow,
Not even all the skill points. It's like, what the fuck, dude? Why? So you're gonna make me grind even for and this guy, Tim, is like, oh, you're going to start with so much power because you get 5 extra skill points. You get 1.5 maxed out skills. So powerful. Like, that's the equivalent of shit you get. Like, yeah, you can put it in. But, like, it takes 2 to get to the second tier, to get to your core skills. Then it takes, I think you need to max out a core skill. So there's your 5 skill points, boys. So powerful. Like, okay, my rogue will have... maxed out twisting blades, I guess. Right? Like, oh my god, man. And it's like, why? Why do I get the when I fucking make a new character on Eternal Realm, why do I get everything unlocked when it's ready to be unlocked? So like at level 1 I get all my potions, I get all 10 skill points.
Oh, they won't do that
and then
the season,
and then I get all my obols, I imagine. And then when I hit 50, I get all my Paragon points, too. Including the ones from the altars, which is 4. So that's 24 skill points you get. You basically complete your first board on your character as soon as you hit 50, which is nice. So why...
So they're making more people want to just play regular instead of actual season.
And it's fucked up because the seasons is where they're going to make their money from now on. Right? So, because most people aren't, I think anybody that has any iota of brains, most people aren't going to. So imagine this too, somebody spends the nearly $30 or over $30 Canadian on like a full set of like Uber skin or whatever from the store. You really think those people are going to want to spend more money each season on a battle pass that they aren't going to have time to complete because 70% of the player base hasn't completed the fucking campaign and they can't engage with any seasonal content as of right now until you complete the main campaign.
Yeah. Oh, just complete the campaign and you'll be
right?
fine.
Like, yeah, it's holy shit, man. And then for somebody like me or you or what, like even you don't play as much as me, but I think you completed the renown all before me, maybe. I think, or you just did.
I just completed it today.
Yeah, like my brother just completed it today. Like I said, he hasn't been playing as much as me because he has to go to work.
Messing around with other characters too, so.
But like it makes no goddamn sense. Anyways, let's see what else is up here.
Whatever.
No wonder they disabled the freaking chat. Oh man, I'm actually gonna go over to Twitch. Come on, back to Twitch. Diablo 4. No, let's see. Diablo. I just want to see the freaking... There we go. Right, videos. 4 hours ago. Playing. Where's the chat? Did they disable it on here too?
We saw the Blood Knight
Oh,
turn
no,
into
here
this
it is.
creature during that. So
Okay.
what actually is?
Let me see, what point am I at? Minus 128. Or 2832. Right, let's see. 120. Make sure this is displaying it. Yep. Okay, where's theater mode? Here we go.
Rest with favor. And what do the smoldering ashes get you?
So these smoldering ashes, the player will collect the.
Where's the cow level? Da, 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 da. One guy, Fearless Tito, done with Diablo.
Battle Pass are, as you called out, like they're on the free track of the Battle Pass. You need to be, you have a character of a certain level.
I'm just gonna close the YouTube one here. I'm gonna actually dislike that. Because so far, I do not like this fucking video, man. Like, this is bullshit. I want to get to the point where Buddy's fucking talking about.
And if you bought the deluxe or the ultimate edition, this you already will.
All the renown you have earned from all of that, all of the exploration.
So can we bring up?
Okay, let's see. We won't see a new class. No. Can we get more stash tabs? Yeah, they're literally not addressing the balance of the classes, and it's concerning. Do I have to do all the dungeons and side quests again? Yes. Adam Fletcher sounds like a lich. Don't reset renown. Overlay maps. They literally said you need to level your new character before applying seasonal stuff. Rook to 5. Please don't add this. I hate it. I want to explore it again and find the statues again. What? Are you fucking insane? You're like literally the like less than 1% of people that might want to do that. That's, yeah. Give us Shaco and Grandfather Drop. Played 450 hours, no super unique. Yeah, no shit, that's retarded. Carry it all over. Yeah, stash space. So no head. What? Golden news, thank God. Please tell me there's more activities to be announced in Season 1. That's one thing I'm interested in, right? No cow level? What's the fuck cow level, guys?
Up the screen. So basically, where we see areas discovered.
Yeah.
Let's say I've actually. Okay, we'll say this is this person.
Yeah.
So right now they've got 30 areas discovered, which is worth 150 renown.
Right.
So what's going to happen is in the season, I'm going to have 30 areas clear inside of Kyrgyzstan, and I will have 150 renown already in the bank, and it will have unlocked whatever 150 renown will have unlocked.
Absolutely right. Yep.
Yeah, this is something this one guy, OG Nustabutt, said. What about content? The Battle Pass is not content. People need something to play. Yeah, especially since the Battle Pass stuff is passively done, right? The season journey is passively done. It's not content. And it's not really very rewarding at all. Like, fucking cosmetics, man. I want gear. I want quality of life. I will sue you if we have to do altars again. Like, look cool while you get nerfed. We shouldn't have to create over 40 characters to participate in seasons. Yeah. Well, that's another thing. Let me see. Well, we have to purchase extra stash tabs and or character slots. I don't want to have 40 characters over 10 seasons, most of which I will never play again. in between seasons, I don't want character slots. More stash tabs with real money. I already paid a ridiculous amount of money for the Ultimate Edition in this fucking game. Okay, I don't want to pay more for anything in the game. I just want to play the fucking game.
Absolutely right. So you're gonna have that, and you're also gonna have already
No
collected
more
all of your
cube
altars
runs.
of Lilith that you've got.
One
from
thing
your,
I would
from
like
your-
to see is like they should add in is like the fucking Herodric cube. Like where is that?
So the same thing here. So I will have 12 will be appearing on my map immediately, and I will have 120 renown in the bank with my other 100. So I'll have 270 renown already earned, waiting for me to claim when I fire up the season.
That's absolutely correct. So these are the advantages you get to start with, and like if you look at like all the renown you can collect from.
See, one person in the chat here on Twitch said, Dankind64, thankfully I never finished Renown on the pre-season. Lol, I'd hate to do the dungeons and side quests for a full second time. Here's the problem, buddy. Doing the Renown, the Paragon points, especially the skill points and the potions, the obols, again, who gives a fuck really, but the Paragon skill points and potion capacity is very important for your characters. Very important. Because it's direct power, right? Direct power. Now, what I'm gonna... Here's a question. Let's see, regarding Renown. Is Blizzard / the D4 dev team planning on selling a seasonal upgrade to instantly unlock all Renown? During seasons that you have to pay for each season? Because if they do something like that, so what about with let's see, is Blizzard the D4 dev team planning on selling a seasonal upgrade to instantly unlock all Renown and all Renown during seasons and stash tabs / inventory space and character slots that you have to pay for each season? That wouldn't surprise, because if they're doing that, right? So here's the thing. I know a lot of people are like, oh, stash tabs is not really that big of a deal, but inventory space in a game like Diablo is literally fucking power. You are literally paying for power if you buy inventory or stash space, okay? Plain and simple, because it allows you to do a lot more. It's a convenience power upgrade, but still, the Renown though, however, that is direct fucking power. If you, if you in the future can buy a fucking Renown pass so that you every season, so that you don't have to unlock the Renown again by going through the ridiculous grind of doing it, that's paying for power, because you're getting extra skill points, you're getting extra potion capacity, and you're getting Paragon points and obols, which, right, like that's direct freaking power right there. We'll see if they do something like that.
From discovering all of the areas and from getting all of your altars of Lilith is going to get you in each of the zones.
Yeah, another person said carry over side quests. No one wants to redo these. No shit, nobody wants to do them. There's like 2-3 quest lines that I did throughout the entire game, across 5 freaking regions, that I actually remember and I enjoyed. Primarily because of the story, not because of the gameplay, because the gameplay boils down to like, oh, go and wait here for these NPCs, go blah 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 blah, and then kill a few super weak fucking monsters, and then move on. But at least the characters typically were interesting, at least the first time around. Remove objectives from instances. Thanks. Yeah, that'd be a good one. Probably never going to happen. Because they think it makes the game better when people say it doesn't. It doesn't transfer on hardcore characters. Are we going to talk about class balance? Are we going to talk about class balance? Compensation for super expensive reroll of Paragon. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Does this mean that we should wait to buy premium battle pass for when the experience in the battle pass is really high so we get more experience with the 20 levels in the battle pass? That doesn't count towards that. Because you have to fucking the cinders or whatever the fuck they're called that you unlock through the free battle pass for the like experience upgrade and stuff like that. That is all earned based on character level as well as I think favor too. So here is a quest log. It just sucks balls. Chat is so dumb they have said 500 times. It's free chat, paying equals cosmetic only. Okay. Yeah, can I give you all like $20 to put some quality of life stuff in the game for free? Really, because right now the FOW isn't even shared between characters. Fog of War, yeah. Please remove Fog of War for new characters. Never going to talk about stash tabs. Paint champ. Ashamed. Diablo, at Diablo 1, will we get more storage? 2, how many smoldering ashes will we get? Are we able to respec our urns? 3, will we... I think the answer is yes, to respec. You can, but it costs something. Will we get to see the full contents of the battle pass before the 20th? Probably not. Yeah, please no chores, let us play the fucking game. Like, yeah, that's the thing. Don't make me do chores. I don't want to do chores. I'm playing a game to escape shitty reality, not fucking... do fucking chores. So it carries across the seasons, but it's not currently carrying across characters. How does that make sense? Yeah. Please no renown grind. I didn't buy Ultimate for tier skips. I bought it for emote, but I dare say that spending 100, I deserve coins. Yeah, Fog of War doesn't carry over right now. It's supposed to buy Season 1 better. The team have an idea how many hours played will need to full complete battle pass. Let's go with is it control? Oh, what did I just do? No, that's not what I want. Control F. Down. Oh, I can't search it in here, man. That sucks. Which of my 5 characters' renown tools will be used? Well, whatever the highest one is. Why not all the renown? Why only some? Is this an end of season April Fool's joke? Yeah, no shit. I have 2 characters. Which Fog of War will you use? Oh,
Prepare for it. I've got, what is it? This is the 6th today?
Today's the 6th.
Okay,
Yes.
so I have 14 days.
Yes, you keep the
2
bonus of
weeks.
the altars.
What should I be doing in these next 2 weeks? And so one was I better get the campaign done because I really want to
complete the campaign.
Yeah, season has no content, but you
if
got to
places
redo all the
go
chores.
to,
Kick
like,
W
dig deep on clearing the fog.
Why do the
dig
dungeons
deep
again?
on
What we
finding
did
the
1,000
altars,
times.
because
Any
those are gonna
information on
carry
World Tier
into
5.
this.
All that stuff will carry over with you.
Okay, so then Tim,
Right.
how do I think?
I've done everything, so am I getting max renown? No, you're not. What about aspects? No, you got to do those again too. That one is kind of understandable, but like the fucking renown shit, literally, like nobody wants to do that again. Literally, all anyone wants are the Paragon points. Yes, I mean the skill points are pretty important too, but that skill is not ready. UI spam, please remove. Wasn't expecting this to be so boring. A list of all those categories, by the way, what we completed and what we haven't. That'd be nice. The whole progress list feels very unfinished. Yep. At Asmongold, are you here? Is gold shared on non-season characters for season? No, it's not. Cal level 2, bring back mana pots. 3, bring back paladin. 4, Amazon versus assassin. Not sure why you merged the two. 5, more ways to play with people. 6, PvP. We need a battleground. 7, item sets. No item sets. I think they should probably kind of stay away from those for now. Item presets, yes. Character loadout presets. So like where I can like have my skills, my inventory, or my gear that's equipped, and my Paragon boards all as a preset, and that I can just swap between based on whether I'm doing Uber bosses or whether I'm fucking doing open world content in various ones, right? Even if I go into a dungeon, especially the higher tier nightmare dungeons where they get really fucking hard, like when I go to fight if I have to fight a boss, I'm gonna want to have a different spec on, including different skills and Paragon nodes and stuff compared to if I'm just cruising through the dungeon fighting regular mobs. No, Malignant Hearts probably won't carry over, but they should. But what's the point of having us redo side quests? I don't mean this to be rude, I just want to do them again. Yeah. But you still need to do everything else? That's like 15% renown progress, yeah. Not a W, still tons of grinding. Big L, yeah, make the L. Great, so I have to do side quests again. Fuck. Why do we have to make a new character? Well, it's a seasonal character, that's why. So I guess the season rewards are not class specific. I play 2 classes. Do Paragon points transfer then? Nope. More stash tabs, new classes. Will waypoints carry over? No. They already talked about this. Using a free system and intertwining it with a paid system doesn't make you any less manipulative for selling cosmetics, separate ashes, and buffs from the battle pass. Yep. Why wouldn't you keep side quests if you're not adding new ones in? Add ways to get renown through the seasonal content. I don't want to have to redo side quests. Yeah, like, just give me renown for completing as part of the season journey. That makes so much more sense. Just let me do it as part of, like, oh, I unlock this chapter, this chapter, this chapter, this chapter, and I get fucking renown. Like a large chunk of renown. Yeah, this is all good. Now stash. We can't play any of this because we're bogged down in our garbage stash. Yeah, like what's going to happen when you fucking fill your stash completely in the season? People have already done this weeks ago, right? A week or two ago. In pre-season, what's going to happen when they go to play the season and 3 months later, and then they go to, and then those characters get transferred to Eternal Realm? Yeah, I won't do quest again, F. So you're forcing us to do them side quests again. 10 skill points. Yeah. Get to it, casual dads. I'll go finish campaign and farm renown. Yeah, you fucking plebs. Like, that's the attitude. It's retarded. Tying player power behind this is a terrible idea, yeah. 6 new unique items that you'll probably never see. And 7 new legendary aspects. Yeah, chat, we still have to redo side quests and dungeons. That's a massive L. Such amazing new gaming stuff. I can't wait. So fresh. Must have took a long time to come up with it. Yeah, no shit. Like, they just literally copy-pasted fucking legendary gems from Diablo 3. Like, those gems were cool, but I thought we were getting something new and amazing that was going to complete me. Right? Yeah. Yeah, don't want to grind any of that garbage. No renown farm for me. Yeah, gotta swap Paragon and Nobles too. It's just fucking give it if you've completed it. Yeah, it's still not enough. Just get rid of the renown for seasons. Like, this is a general... Hold up. If you have all side quests prior to Season 1, are you just unable to do that season story part? No, it means you have to redo the side quests as part of the season. Yeah, why do people want to discover the altars again? Who fucking cares, man? Like, if you want to go do it, go do it. They're going to be marked on your freaking map. Yeah. You need side quests and dungeons for leveling process. No, you don't. You fucking don't need that. Okay? Like, you could literally stay out in the open world and farm mobs. They're probably worth about as much, close to as much as dungeons. It's just that you have more consolidation of elites and stuff like that. And certain rewards in dungeons. So you're doing like the main things that get you experience pre-World Tier 3 when you can get Tree of Whispers, Nightmare Dungeons, and Helltide is side dungeons and what are they called? The fucking outposts or whatever, right? Those give you more experience than everything else. Yeah, make other things give renown. A game about grinding, and some of y'all still complaining about grinding. Shut the fuck up, dude. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. The problem is, right, this is the thing why people talk about, oh, you know, Diablo 2 compared to other games, and especially including this game. It's like, you know, the thing that people enjoy regarding the grind in Diablo 2 each season is that, one, they don't have extra bullshit like the renown system in Diablo 4 to deal with. Okay? Two, for the most part, like the general gameplay loop of playing as new level 1 character, even though I don't know if they have leaderboards for Diablo 2 Resurrected or not. But people generally enjoy the grind, and those that don't stop playing. Right? I'm kind of like that. Like I played the shit of last season or something on a paladin. And then eventually I got tired of the grind and stopped playing. But a lot of people, they love the grind. But it's a good loop. And they don't have extra bullshit like the renown to deal with. Yes, finding statues of Lilith is so very bad. Like, it's not fun. You're taken out of the actual gameplay you want to be engaging with. Yeah. Like, it's everything, right? It's side quests, side dungeons, like... So what's the point of the seasonal realm? Yeah. There's not much of a point in this case. Like, the biggest sticking point is the renown. What the hell? Is this jewel thing really the season mechanic? Like... Yeah. And dude, like, this is literally over the span of, like, 2 minutes I'm reading this amount of messages. Like... Waypoints, Paragon points, you save Arkesia like Gold River, do praise, nerf. What the fuck? Please add more stash tabs. Please tell me you get platinum. Can't wait for... You do get some platinum through the battle pass, apparently. But not enough to pay for, like, the next season. You have to fucking pay for some of it. Probably at least $5 worth or some shit. That's alright, I just won't fucking purchase it for any other season. No, you don't get the waypoints. We already did Renown without the gem tab once. Don't make us do it again. Yeah, and now also on top of the gems that aren't going to be fixed, we're going to be carrying the fucking hearts too. So little new content. Side quest. Today's the 7th for me. Diablo, please address why we can't trade legendaries and unique with friends. Yeah, no shit. Now we get to redo lame quests. I need more space. Wait, why not just do a full rollover? Stop pressing W. It's really not. It is a W. Stop asking for them to make more way for you to not play the game. What the fuck, dude? You're an idiot. Oh my god, it's high C. Like, this opinion... Really? No, the problem is, I'll reiterate this, is that the content that they're forcing upon you, that they're literally foisting upon you, is shit that nobody wants to do. Again. Anybody that wants to hunt down the altars of Lilithian, okay, you're literally like the fucking vast minority of people that want to do that. The vast majority of people have no interest in doing this shit again. Everybody was like, it's okay to do it once, but I don't want to do it again. And many times it's been mentioned, right, in other games like Lost Ark and shit like that, they don't make you do this again. I imagine if it was Diablo 3 and they had a renown system included with a season journey, they would not force you, except for maybe one time, to fucking redo the renown. Okay, and then after that they wouldn't do it again because everybody would be like, I'm just going to stop playing. If I'm forced to get part of my power that I've already unlocked that I spent a bunch of time grinding on, it takes a long fucking time to get all that power from the renown. If I have to do it again, because it's a waste of time.
Think about, I've got 5-6 alts, you know, my characters right now in the Eternal Realm. We're talking about carrying over progress based on your... How do I ensure that the progress, like the most progress character, it actually impacts my seasonal character? Like,
yeah, Tim, tell us.
I'm going to jump to Discord for a minute here. Hey, Val.
Hello.
How's it going?
Huh?
I said, how's it going?
Good. I just did my shopping for today.
Oh, yeah. I got turning you up again. So quiet. Yeah, I'm just watching the Diablo 4 live stream. Well, not so live
How
anymore.
is it?
Fucking garbage, man.
What
Hot
happened?
trash. Okay, I have a document. It's not complete because I haven't fully watched the stream yet. Basically, with like a bunch of comments and questions. Okay, so I'll start at the top. For Diablo Immortal, the Blood Knight is actually cool, but I don't give a shit about Diablo Immortal because I'm not playing it. I'm never going to play that fucking trash. But I want to learn more about the class's lore because the story behind it seems kind of cool. But then there's Diablo 4 Season 1. So the seasonal mechanic, get this, this is all they're doing apparently, so far that I know of, is something called Malignant Hearts. Essentially, they are legendary gems, but worse, in a lot of ways it seems, than from Diablo 3. They've literally just copy-pasted that mechanic into Diablo 4, and on top of that, it's just another, eventually, right, so, this is a whole other thing. You collect Malignant Hearts. This is all it is. You collect Malignant Hearts by, and there's 4 types. I don't know what they're all called. Only seen the names of Brutal and Wrathful. You kill these monsters. It's this pestilence, this plague that's spreading across the land that's infecting the monsters you fight. So when you...
like Diablo 3.
Yeah, well, when you... Again, like Diablo 3, right? You... Every once in a while find... malignant monsters, and they'll have an affix like Brutal or Wrathful, and then you kill them the first time. They drop a heart. You then cage the heart. This is part of the mechanic. And then it resurrects the elite as a more powerful elite, and then you kill it, and then you get a caged heart, which becomes a gem, right, i.e. the legendary gems, that you then can socket into your jewelry, amulets, and rings. However, one, you can only do these quests if you've completed the main campaign. The quests walk you through these mechanics, right? I don't know how long it's going to take. They didn't mention how long it's going to take. I know they said before that it's like, so if you skip the campaign because you've completed it before in preseason, like you can apparently immediately go and find the NPC that leads you into this, but they didn't say how long it takes to actually get to the point where there's basically 2 engagements. There's where you meet the random elites that can drop these hearts, but then later on, when you complete the entire seasonal quest, which again I don't know how long that takes, you then gain access to basically a new vendor, probably the same NPC, who you can craft this item called invokers, and you take them apparently to, I guess, I hope they do something similar to the Nightmare Dungeons. Essentially, it's just another form of Nightmare Dungeon, but the affix on it is going to be like Brutal or Wrathful or whatever. Basically, you're going to have specific types of monsters in there based on the heart aspect, and then, or affix. And then at the end of it, instead of like maybe like fighting a boss like you normally would, it's an elite. But it's a powered up elite, and you get like, basically it's like this pod with multiple smaller pods around it, and you pick which version you want. So like there could be like a Brutal and a Wrathful one there, and then you pick which one. You fight the elite, that's all. You don't have to cage its heart or anything like that. You just kill it once, complete it, and it'll drop a like Wrathful or Brutal version, right? So there's 4 types. There's 3. Here's a really big sticking point for me that's, I think, stupid. Is 1, these replace the sockets for the gear, replace regular sockets. So we don't know, as far up to this point I've watched, which is an hour and a half, whether you can socket regular gems in there or not. So like a regular skull or a flawless skull, right? So you're losing a bunch of armor, which is 750 armor, which is really important at lower levels, especially defensively. And basically, these Malignant Hearts function as extra legendary powers. So they also didn't speak to, once you insert these gems, can you actually make it a legendary item as well with a legendary affix on an aspect? They never addressed that.
So
no, but no. In Diablo 3, yeah, but you could get a legendary item in Diablo 3, like a ring, and insert a legendary gem into it. So my question is, can you do that? right? The other thing is that each socket or each gem is a color type. Like say red, I think it's probably like red, blue, yellow or something, you know, like these three colors. And you can only socket into an item a corresponding gem of the correct color. Additionally, unlike legendary gems in Diablo 3, where you can unsocket them for a cost, right, at the jeweler, and put a new legendary gem in there, you can't remove your current gem, your heart, and like put it in your inventory or have it go into like some kind of alternate like tab, like under materials and stuff like that. Although when you can break them down and turn them into a crafting material, which you then use to create the invokers that literally open up what they call a malignant tunnel, which hilariously is also what they call a diseased asshole in real life. I'm not joking. Rod Ferguson talks about this when they first mention it as a joke, but it's like you're literally going into the asshole of Sanctuary with this mechanic, which is kind of weird. And they're basically zombies also. Yeah, which they talked about before as a joke, but they are basically zombified monsters. So they take up inventory and stash space if they're not broken down, just like gems. Like, what the fuck? We already know this is a massive problem. Why didn't you... Anyways, so now it's compounding that problem even. You can't remove the current gem and store it somewhere. Instead, you can only place a new gem in, and it destroys the old one. Right?
Sounds like Diablo 2.
Yeah.
Cringe.
So, well, even in Diablo 2, you have two ways. You can either remove the gems and destroy them, or you can destroy the item and get the gems back. You can't even fucking do that, right? So, so basically, you could potentially ruin an item. Also, now, when you go to the jeweler to socket an item, you no longer, get this, you no longer can put regular sockets in. So if you don't want one of those in there, if you go and try and socket it, and it might be the case that all sockets on all jewelry are now these malignant sockets or whatever. So again, the question is, can you even put regular gems in there? Additionally, you don't get the choice of putting regular sockets or malignant sockets. You just get malignant sockets at the jeweler. So you, here's an even bigger problem. It's random what fucking color the socket becomes. You don't get to choose, do I want red, do I want blue? So you might ruin an item, essentially ruin part of your build as part of the season, because you don't get the fucking correct color, and then you're forced to put unsuitable gems into it. What if you get all red or all blue? And they don't work together with your build on your class or something. For some characters that might work, but for the only substitute for that is the fourth gem type, which is called Wrathful. They're the rarest ones. We don't know what the rarity are. They're probably as rare as like fucking actual uniques, like regular uniques or something. But we don't know. They don't mention that. Those can go into any gem socket color. Any type of malignant socket. But we don't know how powerful they are. We don't know what their rarity is. We don't know if they're like there's only 8 of them. That's another thing too. There's 32 of these new gems. Okay, so that means because there's 4 types, there's at least 8, or at most 8 of each type. So that's actually not really that much, really, when you think about it. But we don't know if they're build agnostic or not, or class agnostic. I'm assuming that that's what they are supposed to be, because the example they show in gameplay, it's fucked up because they had 3 of these gems in Buddy's tab in his inventory, but they only show the effects of one. They don't go through them all. They show like, oh, here's this type, here's this type, here's this type, and here's a Wrathful type. They show you like any kind of variance in there or whatever. They only show the one, and all it does is make your attacks deal fucking chain lightning damage, like a little bit of like lightning damage that chains the enemies. 64 damage, and it was a level 2 gem. So here's another thing. You don't, as far as I know, get to upgrade these gems. You have to find an upgraded version to replace it. So it's not only are you having to find fucking best in slot versions of like rares that you turn into legendaries with aspects and shit, but you are also hunting for the like perfect roll, best perfect roll, etc. versions that you can to upgrade those, to then turn them into an aspect if you need to put them onto another item or a current item. On top of that, you're searching for uniques, which are semi-rare, and then the super rare uniques, which nobody can ever fucking get except for 5 people in the whole goddamn world at any given time, it seems. And this is all kind of compounded by the fact that there's the storage problem with gems on top of all your items, on top of the fact that you can make 5 or more seasonal characters, and then like, what if your fucking stash is completely full in non-season, in the Eternal Realm? What the fuck are you gonna do with your inventory, right?
Look at the fucking Nightmare Dungeons, the little freaking amount of experience you get.
What do you mean?
Well, freaking, you should be able to at least freaking level up one of your freaking sigils at least freaking once every time you go.
No, because they require increased. You're talking about the glyphs, right?
Well,
That'd be too. No, you'd be done in like fucking. You could be done in literally like fucking a day.
Well, they're giving you like 60, 70 experience.
Yeah, but you're not doing high enough. Dude, when you do high enough, I'm doing like 50, 60 ones, and I'm getting like at least half a level, and I'm they're all 15 plus the ones that I'm using.
Yeah.
Right. So half a level per one, like that's not too bad. So they can be broken down similar to sigils, but we don't know how much of the crafting mat we get, and we per sigil or per heart that we break down is probably again based on like the tier, the level. We don't know how much it's going to cost to make these invoker things, like, and I it's like, well, what's the cost to craft a new one? And my response is hopefully not as much as sigils, because sigils cost too much to craft. Can I place a normal gem in a malignant socket? How rare are wrathful hearts? Can hearts be upgraded at a vendor like armor, weapons, jewelry, and nightmare sigils? I mean, nightmare sigils you don't upgrade, but you craft higher level ones, right? Is there any other mechanics in Season 1 that we can engage with other than a new Nightmare Dungeon equivalent and the returning legendary gems from Diablo 3? Why are we being made to play through content that is essentially a copy paste from a previous and worse game? And then there's also the casual versus hardcore seasonal issues. The response to people, I checked the numbers or looked them up briefly. Basically, everything was saying 70% of the player base has not even completed the normal campaign. You know what the response of these motherfuckers was? Just complete the campaign, guys. You have 2 weeks. You haven't completed in 5 weeks because you don't have the fucking time to do it, but just complete the campaign. On top of the renown, they are not giving us all the renown, right? So... And it's like you're doing this to people who don't have the fucking time. Right? They don't have the time. That's why it's not done. That's why the campaign's not done. That's why the renown's not done. And those who have completed the renown don't want to fucking do it again. Because shit. Yeah, it's like, this is a quote, dude, from now at this point in the video that I'm at, multiple people on this panel.
Somebody's here. Give me a second.
Yeah.
We can talk, but I won't reply because there's a freaking guest here. Bench.
Anyway, so then it's the next thing is so right, just complete the campaign straight from the fucking like lead dude or whatever, Joe Papor or whatever, right? My response is big L for Blizzard and players, especially casual players whom they're supposed to be apparently catering the game towards. Obviously not. I thought this game was supposed to be super appealing to casual players. People are already upset over the seasonal battle pass. Casual and veteran or like hardcore players, now they will be less likely in the future to participate in seasons, i.e. less money for future development, less money for Blizzard. Fucking stupid. Now then, there's gameplay issues, right? These are things that I'm going to actually, like, write the stash in inventory. No fix in sight. They don't address it at all, as far as I know. Why can this not be done in between or during preseason and or during a season? They keep giving this bullshit response of, whoa, the season's already done, guys, or we already did that, but why can't they just roll out a patch that fixes it for everything? Second is the melee character bug thing that I've talked about before, right? Where like you're up against a wall or something like that, or a pillar, basically any kind of environmental object that can block your movement. If there's a monster there and you're in between the monster and the environment object, you just lose control of your character. You don't even do a regular attack. Like the closest thing I've seen my rogue do to compare it to when this happens to me for like 1 or 2 seconds, where I can't move, I can't use any abilities or whatever, is when you use twisting blades initially and you stab the enemy. It's basically just that over and over and over again. And you're unable to like break this fucked up chain. And then there's the memory leak issue, of course. Will we have to purchase extra stash tabs and or character slots? I don't want to have 40 characters over 10 seasons, most of which I will never play again in between seasons. I don't want to pay for extra character slots nor stash tabs with real money. Why is Renown being forced upon those who have already completed it and do not wish to go through it again? Renown is boring. It takes away from the elements of the game that are fun, forcing you into boring content, in quotation. Right quote. Why do they not relent on forcing people to engage with the system no one enjoys doing even to completion the first time? During the preseason. Why do the devs care so much about forcing players to do this? Why is it okay to give 5 skill points and 5 potion charges, but not 10 skill points and already unlocked obols and paragon points as well? This seems arbitrary and pointless. It's fucking hilarious because this Tim guy that's on the panel, he's like, you get so much power from 5 skill points and from 5 potions, guys. Because you don't even get all the skill points, for fuck's sake. Like, 5 skill points is nothing. It's literally your first 2 points on your basic, and then, like, maybe, depending on how things go, like, you need then, another 3 points to, like, get to the next tier after core, so you probably max out your core skill to get all your passives on it. But that's it, so you get 2 skills. Oh, boy, so powerful, right? Another question is, why is the season journey not adding to your renown completion? Like, because the interesting thing is that your season journey is passive as you play the game. The renown system is not. You have to actively go out of your way to farm renown shit to get the rewards for it. Season journey, you don't. So why can't the season journey, as you complete chapters and portions of the chapters, give you renown? That would solve this whole problem. It's like you can do this or that. But nope. And then here's another question I had was, why can't I choose which nightmare dungeon to craft specifically for whichever tier I want to play on? I want to be doing relevant content that plays out like the natural progression of the season journey, not a forced and arbitrary system that everyone hates doing. So part of this is, the reason why I brought this up is because when I hit World Tier 3, I don't want to be doing side dungeons, like regular dungeons. I want to be doing nightmare dungeons to actually progress in the game. For both loot and glyphs. I can't level up my glyphs if I'm doing normal dungeons, etc. But if I just rely on doing nightmare dungeons, one, there's only 30 dungeons per season. And the season of Eternal Realm in between seasons that count towards the renown and stuff, right? So, or that you can do, so that's 30 dungeons across all regions that you have access to as nightmare dungeons. And even then it's random. Why not unlock all the fucking dungeons and let me choose which dungeon I want to make a sigil for? What the fuck's the big deal with that? Why not? Because otherwise I now have to go out of doing the content I want to do, i.e. nightmare dungeons, hell tides, even Tree of Whispers, at least in the beginning when I get on a season 3, or whatever. Maybe actually you can do Tree of Whispers as soon as you start a new level 1 character if you skip the campaign. So that's at least helpful. But I don't want to be doing normal dungeons. Okay? I don't fucking want to be doing it. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to grind all of them on one character before I even fucking move on. Because it's otherwise a fucking pointless thing, right? It's just a waste of time. I'll waste my first 30, 40, 50 fucking levels grinding renown things, and then I'll actually play the game right, for the other half of the levels. Will I start with the same amount of renown as in season 1 in each future season in the future, right? And it seems like the answer is yes, despite having fully completed it not once but twice after season 1. I don't want to do that. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Are you serious? You're going to make me grind the renown every fucking season? Like, I suspect what's going to happen is they're going to force people to do this on season 1. They're going to lose way more player base than they thought they would. And their game is going to be fucking dead in the water and have, like, fucking 2-star reviews. Why are players being forced to redo renown when no one enjoys doing it in the first place? It's not fun.
Mm-hmm.
I found out how to check my playtime, Val. Can you guess roughly what my
I don't know.
current playtime hours are? 284 hours.
Check yours.
My playtime is 284 and a half hours on my rogue alone. That's not counting the time I spent. I had to go to a site called d4armory.io, I think is what it's called. And then you have to link your account to your Blizzard account, or you link that to your Blizzard account by sending a friend request to D4Armory, whatever. It's like another Blizzard friend, right? You just friend request it, and then you can search your account, your Blizzard account on D4Armory, and then you can actually check the stats for each character you have and whatnot. Yeah. And then another question was, what about casuals who already have limited time to play, and that is being compounded by not just being forced into making a new seasonal character? I personally think that's okay. I'm okay with seasonal characters, but now also must redo the extremely time-consuming renown yet again, on top of having to redo the whole main campaign, because around 70% of players have not even completed it yet. Are you fucking kidding me? On top of the season journey, right? Like, and the new mechanic. Right? Is Blizzard, the D4 dev team, planning on selling a seasonal upgrade to instantly unlock all renown during seasons and stash tabs inventory space and character slots that you must pay for each season? Like, if I find out that this is a thing they're going to do, because that's a form of power, I'm fucking done with the game. Because that's ridiculous.
Mine is 210 on one account.
On one character,
then,
yeah.
And then the other one would be 6 hours, so it'd be 218.
Yeah. Yeah, then there's the hours, because my druid isn't there anymore. I deleted them. And it only shows you current characters that are in your list right now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I probably have at least 20 some hours, I think, close to on my druid. Something like that, before I deleted them. Yeah, so I have literally like 300 hours played in this game. That's fucking crazy. And they want me to do the renown again, over and over and over again. Like, oh my god. They don't even give you... Oh, it's fucking dumb, man. Like, if you complete it, then fucking just give it to people. It's crazy, right? Like, holy shit. Fucking mind-blowing, I tell ya. Oh, but yeah, I'm gonna get back to it. I don't know how long you're gonna be on for, but I might be back on in Discord.
I'll
stay in the Discord, but I'm gonna deafen myself so I can hear the video and whatnot.
Yeah.
Oh, and here's the funny thing. So I was originally watching this on YouTube, but they almost immediately disabled all comments, like live commentary on the video. They can't do that on Twitch because I'm watching the recording of it even, and the live feed from the time of the stream is still up. And you know, there's like, it's like, oh, 100 people will comment about this or that or whatever, right? Like in like negative, like, why is the campaign this way? Why are you making us do renown? What about stash? What about this or that or whatever, right? Like asking for quality of life changes, etc. And then there's the odd person that's like, what do they say? Where is it? Oh, where is it? Let me see. Where is it? Oh man, where is it? Where the fuck is it? There's one person. I would have to reinstall to finish the campaign, and there still is zero reason to do so. Horrible renown grind. There should be a season mechanic to farm renown. Such BS. Yeah, just make it part of the season, man. But no. The new gems will overload the inventory. This is a massive L. Tone deaf. Nobody wants to do 115 dungeons again and 50 side quests for Paragon. Huge L. Give it up. Game is dead. Man, I want it. Yeah, I like how they make it sound that that was their plan all along, when it was really customers complaining about having to redo that stuff. Yeah, and they never even gave us everything. Oh yeah, so this person said, it is a W. Stop asking for them to make more ways for you to not play the game. Right? I called this person out on stream, like in this chat, like, oh my god, it's high C, fucking retarded take, okay? Idiotic shit. The problem is that the renown grind is not fun. It's literally a fucking chore that nobody actually enjoys fucking doing, except for like maybe this dumbass and like 3 other people in all of North of fucking America, okay? It literally takes you out of the natural progression of the gameplay loop. It's not fun. I don't like to do it. I didn't like to do it initially. That's why it took me so fucking long to get it done. Because I had to set aside time that I wanted to spend progressing and playing my character to do this shit. And it's like, okay, I'll do this once, and then it's like, I don't want to do this again. You know, other games like Lost Ark and other ARPGs and shit, or games that have renown grinds like this in general, they only make you do it once. Even when they have seasonal mechanics, seasons, they only make you do it once because they understand that people will just say, fucking nope, not see that, I'm not doing it again. Right? But fucking dumb takes, man.
And they're making things too complicated, which it shouldn't be. I don't know why it's like them doing this. It's so dumb.
Well, here's the thing, I think, is they don't, if you look at so far what the season mechanic is, it's not that much. Oh, renowned dungeons, or they're these variants of nightmare dungeons, which we don't know how difficult they're going to be. Are they based off of the tier of like the gem you could potentially get? Can you pick a tier of an invoker thing or whatever, right? Like, I don't know. They don't talk about that. Second, like, that's literally, do we have, and apparently you can only do it in specific places where you open these new dungeons. Do we get to teleport there as well? Fucking better. So that's going to be a big reversal for people if they have to fucking run to God knows where to open these places. Just like a sigil for a freaking nightmare dungeon, right? Like originally. And then the fact that they've replaced normal gems are still the same. The space issue hasn't been addressed. Like, and that just, man, that same arrogant, ignorant bullshit. Just finished the campaign. Just finished the campaign, guys. Like, oh, I'm sorry, I only have 2 hours to play a week. It's been 5 weeks. It's a 35-hour campaign because it's so long. And like, personally, I don't mind that. I'm an RPG-er, right? Like, those are my favorite games. I'm used to like long ass campaigns, and I don't like campaigns typically in games that are super short, but the game is kind of long simultaneously, because it kind of makes, in a lot of cases, the gameplay feel stagnant after a while if you don't have some kind of ongoing story to help you push through the progression of your characters. But Diablo 4 has a decent campaign that gets you literally up to like high enough level almost to fucking go on to the next difficulty, to World Tier 3, and start doing the actual game, right? The real game. But they're telling people who don't have time, like, so say you're a person that maybe has 1 hour a day, or like, say it's 5 days of the week, you get 1 hour a day to play the game, if people haven't completed the campaign, right? So this is the vast majority of people actually don't have that much time. But let's say it's 1 hour a day for 5 days. 35 divided by 5 hours per week, that's 7 weeks. So basically, by the time the season starts, they might have the campaign completed. They're sure as fuck not going to have the renown completed, right? Like, my delay of the campaign, of completing the campaign, for instance, what for my rogue, was actually due to me having to do the renown grind. Because I wanted to get a bunch of that done before I moved on to World Tier 3. At least for the skill points and the potions. I had that completed before I went on to World Tier 3, and I was...
Same, that's what I did.
Dude, I was almost level 60 by the time I did that all, including the main story and shit. So, like, that's fucking crazy, right? So 7 weeks, people... And given the fact that it's probably more like... These people probably have, like maybe 3 hours or something like that if they're not even completed the campaign after 5 weeks. If they're not complete the campaign by 7 weeks, which a lot of people I suspect aren't going to have the time for, then they're probably going to have, like, maybe they're playing only an hour or two every once in a while when they can. That's literally like 35 days, let's say, worth of playing. But if you only get to play 1 or 2 hours a week because of, like, you have a lot of the people playing nowadays are probably, like, older people who have kids and, like, responsibilities and shit. They can't, like me, sit down and play for fucking 8 hours a day. That's roughly how many hours per day I've played every day for the most part since this game released in the last 5 weeks or so. And that means they'll never get the campaign complete. And then here's the fucked up part. If you don't complete the campaign on Eternal Realm, you don't get the you then have to completely start the campaign all over again on a new character in Seasonal. That progress doesn't carry over to Seasonal. Right? Which kind of wouldn't make sense because you'd be playing a level 1 character with, like, what? Like level 40 characters progression in the main campaign if all you did was the main campaign. So... And then on top of that, you have the renown grind. Now you have the season journey. Now you have the new game mechanics for the fucking new gems or whatever, right? And all this other shit. Like, holy fuck, man. That's bizarre. We live in clown world. Upside down clown world.
No.
Yeah, but I guess this isn't new for Blizzard, and from what a lot of people say. Especially regarding, like, the same shit literally happened in WoW, right? A good example of the mentality of, like, Blizzard seems to be, like, that dude that used to be the lead designer or whatever the fuck it was, developer for Diablo Immortal, that Chinese dude or whatever. It was like, when somebody asked him legitimately, well, is this game coming to PC? And the dude's like, just incredulously, like, what, do you not have a phone? Are you serious? You don't have a smartphone? Like, what the how dare you talk to the people who are going to be paying for this shit? Paying your fucking salary, buddy, because that's where it comes from, is the people who fucking spend money on your games. Okay, otherwise you wouldn't get a fucking paycheck for this work, you fucking ignorant pricks, right? Like, and for the most part I have no issue with companies want to make money and stuff like that, but then when they simultaneously come out and they say retarded shit like that, it's like, dude, what the fuck, man? Like, you're talking to a room full of people at BlizzCon who, a lot of them have been playing Diablo since Diablo 1, Diablo 2, 20 plus years, and you have the audacity to question that they want to play on PC or console? What the fuck, right? And it's like the same kind of attitude. It's like you don't want to do the renown again? Do these guys think it's fun? Like, is it a technical issue why it can't be all transferred over? It doesn't seem like it. If they can give you fucking 5 skill points in your potions, it's not a technical issue. They just don't want to give it to you for some stupid reason. Like, what the shit? Anyways, I'm gonna mute myself now and on Discord, and I'll watch the rest of the video.
Good.
Yeah. God damn. I'll be right back.
Yeah, it's a great question. For
I'm back,
various
obviously.
technical implementation reasons, we do actually need you to log in on existing characters to kind of self-migrate some of your data with this. So this is something that we implemented based on player feedback that we got. So we put it in as quickly as we could. It is in for Season 1, but what we need you to do, once Season 1 comes out, actually once the patch comes out, you don't even have to wait until July 20th. You can do this on July 18th, which is when the patch goes live. You should log in with characters that have the most progress. If you have a single character you played, or if you have one character that, hey, on this one character I unlocked all the altars and cleared all the fog of war, awesome. You just have to log in with that person. When you log in with that character, all of that progress is going to be propagated across your entire account. It'll be saved as, hey, this is just unlocked for your whole account now. At that point, any character you log on, either one of your existing alts or any new character you make in seasons will now have all of that progress. So you have to do it once, but after you've done that, it is now saved to your account. And just to reinforce, the experience you're going to have if you have unlocked all of these things.
I'm just going to turn the chat off because I think we get the point of what the chat consists of. What the chat in this stream was saying is equivalent essentially to what everybody's fucking saying, generally speaking, regarding the renown grind. Okay? It's a fucking waste of time. I'm gonna just disconnect from here on Discord. Okay.
Things. It takes a little bit of work, but if you've unlocked all of that, when you start that new seasonal character,
A little bit of work, buddy. Tim, have you actually fucking played the game? It takes way too much fucking time to do that renown shit, okay? Like, by level 50, maybe between 50 and 60, let's say by level 10, I should have all the skill points from that renown shit. Right? I should have, instead of it being like, oh, you have to go do all these mini errands, it should be like, complete the Act 1 story, the main mission. Complete Act 2, complete Act 3, complete Act 4, Act 5, and then you get that renown bump. That's what it should be. It shouldn't be after all that, go fucking grind all this other shit. Okay? People would be happy with that. They would be okay with even doing the campaign every fucking season, I think, if that was the case. Because you just blow through the campaign and get it all real quick. Wouldn't take long.
wow, is that a lot of power. You are going to level pretty fast.
That could literally potentially be, for somebody that's done it before, knows what they're doing, a day's worth of gameplay. Okay? That's not bad.
Because extra 5 skill points, extra 5 potions, you are ridiculously overpowered when you first start playing. Like that.
Again, I don't think this guy knows what the fuck he's talking about because he clearly hasn't played the game. Ridiculously overpowered with 5 skill points? That's 2 skills.
That is a lot of extra power.
No, it's not.
And because that is a big caveat. Like
even the altars isn't that much extra power, guys. Like you get like fucking 70 stats total for all your stats, right? 4 Paragon points. That's the most powerful thing, really. Like you get it's a boost in the very beginning of the game for a couple levels. That's it.
we will be reminding everyone. I'm going to be like literally screaming it from the rooftops. I know we will be posting it in our patch notes on that come out for the patch on the 18th, just to remind people that yes, log into your characters beforehand. Even if you log in, like if you jump into the season later on, you can log into those characters with the most amount of progress.
Well, that's that's the two things we should, because there'll probably be questions. But one is, I don't do that for whatever. I go on vacation. I'm not playing. I come back. The season started. I can still log in my Eternal Realm character and have all that progress brought to the season, yes?
Yes.
Even after the season started. So it's not like, oh, you only have 18 to 20 to get it those 2 days.
It's there forever. Functionally, from this point forward, anytime you ever log in on a character, it will just check like, hey, does this character have any progress that's not already credited on your account? Cool, I'm now crediting it to your account.
Right. And so and that's for the seasonal. So if I think about the Eternal Realm, like for example, my Necromancer has everything. I've got the full bar on Renown on all 5. Not humble bragging. That's a point of fact.
Humble bragging.
Not humble bragging.
Absolutely.
So for the next 5 minutes.
That's a lot of time he's played to get that. I'm actually quite surprised, considering he's, the fucking general manager or whatever of the whole franchise. I don't know what he's doing for work, but that's, to me anyways, that's impressive. The fact that guy had the time to do that. Holy shit.
Minutes, we're going to talk about
So
this.
let's talk about how good my necromancer is. No, but all I'm saying is I have a Sork that has not had the same level of progress in the world. So after the 18th, when I log in my necro and all that progress gets put to my account, when I go to log in my Sork next, even on the Eternal Realm, my Sork will now have all the progress that my necro
Correct.
has.
Absolutely. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
And let's say like.
So then the question is, why do I not get that during the season? What the fuck, guys?
You know, just to dive really deep into this. So let's say that you've got,
I know,
you've got two different
we
characters.
should do some sort of
You've
dev
got-
stream where we can talk and go deep.
That's true, actually, yeah. So let's say you've got like two characters you play. Like one has done everything in the Fractured Peaks, has uncovered everything in the Fractured Peaks, and has uncovered like all the altars of both. You get another character who's gotten everything in Scott's Glen, who's unlocked like all the Fog of War, has found all the altars of Lilith. If I log in on my Fractured Peaks character, and just by doing that, all of that credit will now be transferred to my Scott's Glen character. When I log into my Scott's Glen character, all of that credit will be applied to my.
Yeah, it's the same thing with the altars. I did most of the altars in the game for Skosglen, Fractured Peaks, and I think some of about those two, all on my druid instead of on my rogue when I was playing my druid. And the problem is that the altars didn't show up, and currently the Fog of War wasn't removed on my rogue. When I went to do that stuff, I had to go back, in fact, and make sure I got those to make sure I had everything unlocked on my rogue recently. Because I didn't know, because they weren't on my map, right?
Fractured Peaks characters. At that point, all of the credit of the progress I made on either of those characters has been propagated to the entirety of my account.
Right. So it becomes an and.
It's not just like it's and. It's not like the one account that has the most stuff, and then I want to log into that one. No, you want to log into every account that might have like tons of progress if they've made in different directions. Right.
And I think that just again, hey, let's talk about managing expectations. Some of you might be saying like, wow, that sounds a little clunky. And
yeah,
I
no
think
shit.
The point that Tim was trying to make was, hey, prior to season 1, we had actually talked about that you wouldn't have any renown progress carryover. You would have to go find the altars of Lilith. You would have to go clear the Fog of War. Like the original plan when launching the game, or prior to launching the game, the original plan that there was no transition of state from Eternal Realm to Seasonal Realm as part of this. And so hearing the player feedback as we talked about seasons and hearing the response that we got about what, I have to find all the altars again, what, I have to clear the map again, and wanting to make sure that we were listening to the players, we put in a system that allowed us to do that, but it is not the most smoothest, most sophisticated, because we were doing it under very tight time constraints as quickly as possible.
Top of that, I like a huge shout out to our engineers for getting this all implemented before we actually jump into the season.
Much like that Nightmare Dungeon teleport,
Exactly.
like miracles can happen and very quickly. So
a lot of these actually end up with us going to an engineer and asking how long it would take.
We put in a system that allowed us to do that, but it is not the most smoothest, most sophisticated, because we were doing it under very tight time constraints as quickly as possible.
Hey, did you want it done? Did you want it done?
It's
the answer is
I'm
yes.
just saying, like that wasn't the design from the start was not to do this log in a character on the 18th and make it pass.
Yeah,
that's what we had to do to make it happen for season 1.
And this was based off of obviously player feedback that we got since launch. So this is us implementing it quickly to address the feedback that you guys have been giving. And then on top of that, I like a huge shout out to our engineers for getting this all implemented before we actually jump into the season.
Much like that Nightmare Dungeon teleport,
Exactly.
like miracles can happen and very quickly. So
a lot of these actually end up with us going to an engineer and asking how long it would take to do it, and the first answer is to do it right.
First answer is they
very big
cry.
number.
Yeah.
And then there's okay, well, what about to make it work right now? And always, if you told me you wanted to do this X months ago, I could have done it way easier because we implemented it completely differently. So yeah, we make it work, but sometimes the fact that you have to log in to get the progress propagated, we would have made it a smoother version if we knew months ago.
All right, look, all right, like zoom in on me. Zoom in on me.
Come closer.
Let's do that. Okay, it's not going to happen. There it is. Okay, yeah, all right. It's a live game. We know we need to it's a live game. We know we are looking at trying to make improvements based on the feedback that we're getting from players. We're playing the game ourselves, and we're kind of seeing how everything is really feeling as it's all coming together with a giant audience of players playing and enjoying the game.
See, here's the problem. From what he just said, they're doing things based on how they feel. I don't think necessarily, first and foremost, how they feel, which is a problem. in this. Like, there's a balance between how devs are, or they think of and feel about something, and how the player base does. But when you almost unanimously have a player base telling you, we don't want to do this, take it out of the fucking game. Don't make us do it again. And they're just, sorry, you gotta do it again. Like, what the fuck? Don't tell me it's for technical reasons, because it's obviously not when you can give us fucking skill points and potions.
We want to make sure that we are making the right changes as quickly as we can for the community. Some of those things are a lot harder than others. But like all the feedback, like Adam, you called out some things really early on at the program. Like, you know, we're hearing feedback about, you know, this and this, and like, you know, inventory space. We talked about gems last time and things we want to do there. We're trying to move very quickly in a lot of these things. Some of them are a lot more challenging technically to do than others, but we are rapidly moving on.
Yeah, I think so. I'm looking at this one tweet by a guy called Doomfang, Brian's Gaming, on Twitter, and he's saying it was very painful to watch. Next time, more compact information about the season mechanic with more gameplay. Well, here's the problem: is the season mechanic and gameplay was very compact. You guys showed more stuff about the battle pass than the season itself. No shit. That's it. Quick infos, less talking would be nice. Look at the other games, how they do the season announcement. But yeah, in general, they're more worried about the stupid fucking battle pass, because that's where they know they're going to get money from in the store, than the fucking whether the gameplay is actually good, it seems.
As many changes as we can, because we are fervently trying to make the very best version of Diablo 4 possible in the fastest time frame that we can to deliver to the player base, because you know, we're players too. We also want the same things. So just know that we're working hard. We care deeply. We love our engineers and our designers and our producers and the staff's been helping with like all like the hotfix and everything else. We are trying to make sure that we are delivering a really, really high quality experience to players on a regular basis. So just stick with us. Keep giving us that feedback. We're going to keep making adjustments as we go between seasons and other updates.
I can attest that whenever Joe would like to make a change based on feedback he's seen from reading it wherever he reads it, the first version is always, can we do this immediately? That is always the first request. Never like, hey, let's get this in eventually, when it makes sense and when it's comfortable. No, it's always, could we do this right now? Is it possible for us to do this right now?
Well,
so
I want to move
the first version.
I want to move the Overton window where I just expect everything to be done in 6 seconds.
But this is the thing about like about doing it safely. Like, I think one of the sort of the junior mistake some people can make is this idea of like time is only what it takes to implement, and it's not. It's time is also what it takes to test and make sure that it's robust and stable. And so that's one of the things that like when you look at we have a follow the sun QA organization around the world, and that's what allows us to do, I don't know, we're what, to 15, 16 hotfixes or more now.
Yeah.
And our big client patches is that ability to not only can we get we have some heroic engineers who can turn stuff around very quickly, but we also have some heroic QA teams around the world who are helping us make sure that when we make these changes, we're doing it in a safe way. So, but I appreciate your patience on that. And so this is exciting. Season 1, Season of the Malignant.
Yes. It's finally here.
Yes.
I'm waiting to reveal this for a long
2 weeks?
time.
In 2 weeks. And again, like Tim had mentioned.
It's not technically here for you all, but soon. Soon, very soon.
As Tim had mentioned, we will have a patch on the 18th for Diablo 4 that will contain all the changes that will be coming in with Season 1.
Yep.
If Tiffany Watt were here, who was on our Campfire chat before, she categorized our 103 patch as chonky.
Okay, this is fucking stupid, this person. Life Enjoyer. Maybe this will put a firecracker up the butts of the people who are complaining about seasons. Are you kidding me? No, these people are going to be complaining even more. I'm going to look for... Twitter always pisses me off. They're so dumb. I'm going to be looking at... let's see. Let's go to YouTube. Sure, like Rax and various other people are going to be talking about this. Let's see. We got DM Diablo 4. Open World Games. Let's see. Who else we got here? What the fuck, man? Okay, who's another one I wanted to check out? Go with Rax, see if he has a video about it yet. Nope. No. Yeah, so some of these people I'll have to check back on later, but we'll go back to this.
Right.
I will categorize in Tiffany Watt's words as super chonky.
I can't wait to see what the responses of what the questions are going to be for their little Q&A section.
For season 1, it actually is our largest, or
the last 20 minutes.
chonkster, as Tim called it. I think we were chonkers. So we're gonna pull up the Wikipedia entry and actually go through it, the history of chonkers. But yeah, it is very big. So we will have notes up for that. And again, players can prepare for season 1 by completing the campaign for sure,
the campaign,
and making
clear the
sure,
fog of war.
clear fog of war, discover the map, and of course get all your altars. So. Lots to come for Diablo 4. And then again, we also have just more improvements that will be in that patch. What class our balance changes to bug fixes to you name it. I can go on. There's even some reward changes coming for some Nightmare and Helltide related activities as well. Some endgame activities, because I've been hearing some feedback regarding like, hey, it would be great if we can get like maybe better rewards.
So yeah,
with
season
some
1
of these
was
activities, and so I know some of those changes are coming in that actual update as well. But I know we want to do Q&A.
We do.
Yeah. And this is a live stream, by the way.
Yeah.
So I know we get sometimes people are like, I don't know if this is live. No, this is totally live. So we're actually going to be bringing in. We're actually going to kick off Rod because we're done with him. No, I'm just kidding. Rod is actually just
going to go and annoy you from the side.
I know. It's the worst. Rod's going to jump over here. We're actually going to bring back in Chris and Ryan from the Immortal team.
Why?
Oh, I think you're supposed to open that chair. I didn't do my job. I didn't do my job.
Rod had
Nobody cares about Diablo Immortal.
Failed to do it.
Nobody fucking cares about Diablo
We're gonna bring
Immortal.
these guys in. I know we have questions queued up from different people in Twitch chat. So if you guys have questions, of course, feel free to drop in questions and
This is
everything.
not quite in. You need to switch clearly.
Oh, I need to scooch too,
Scooch a
because I
little
think
bit
I'm
over.
I think we scooch a little bit more.
live television.
we're scooching live.
And we're scooching, live scooching, ladies and
So
gentlemen.
here's the problem. We also the
all
production
kinds of
team hates me.
cables beneath us and
I want to give a shout out to our production group behind here, because I literally go like, oh, we're only gonna have like 2 people, and then we continue to add people, and then Rod wanted to be in it yesterday. So now suddenly we're up to like 20 people, and this room can't hold this many people. So I apologize. They are angels, and they deal with me. But we do have some questions, and I will be kind of going back and forth in between both of them. But we do. Oh, perfect. We do have some questions up here. Someone's also calling me, which is awful at this time. Quick question: any updates around? This is for D4 specifically. Any updates around respecting characters?
Yeah, so right now I think that there's a few different concerns we're hearing from the community. There's the general cost of respecting characters, and then there is at various stages of the game. And then there is the actual experience of respecting a character, particularly when you're deeper into the Paragon system. Like that takes a lot of effort. So we have longer-term plans on the user experience side, like on the menu side. Things we want to do to improve the flow of allowing players to respect their characters. These are things we're actively investigating. We have designs for things we're looking to add into seasons in the future, but we don't have a date that we're committing to today for that. And in terms of the actual price of that, we're evaluating things on like the gold economy, and we're taking a look at like what players are doing on a regular basis. We're not making any fundamental structural changes to today at this time.
Here's the thing: I personally don't. I don't. Given how easy it is to get gold in this game for the most part, I don't think the cost of respecting, considering a person isn't likely to fully respect their skill tree or fully respect their Paragon board, every day, for instance, is like going to break the bank, because I don't think that's going to happen. However, the prohibitive aspect is that every time you refund a single skill point and every time you refund a single Paragon point or Paragon node, the cost for the next time you do this goes up, and it goes up, and there doesn't appear to be a fucking ceiling for it. Why? Like, put it at, like, right now, I think to, like, respec my whole skill tree is, like, close to 4 million. Why? What the fuck, man? Why does it need to be that high? I don't have 4 million. What if I totally had, like, everything I needed to, right? Like, that's annoying, very first and foremost. And then the fact that you can't even, they have a refund all for your skill tree, but not for the Paragon board, right? Like, just let me refund all the boards. Let me refund all the nodes. I'll pay the price for it, but, like, don't make it, if it's 10 million to refund 6 boards or whatever and all the nodes, right? Like all the Paragon nodes, plus the glyphs thankfully don't cost anything, but the node does for the glyph. Then if it's 10 million to do that, roughly 9 to 10 million the first time you do that, then don't make it 20 million or whatever the fuck it's going to be next time, because it increases for every node you refund, right? So that's just, what are you going to, an Eternal Realm characters that's going to play like every form of rogue eventually is going to be spending like 100 million or more on fucking respecking a Paragon board or your Paragon. They're going to give you 1 free respec at the end of a season. Oh my god. That's the end of the season reward? Like, are you fucking serious? Oh yeah, I'm going to write this down. Yeah, I think that regarding the I think that the part of the reason why so many people hate the side quests, like loathe the side quests in Diablo 4, is because when you get the caches for completing, you get like fucking nothing from it, right? Shit experience, fucking just generally shit rewards. For you just wasted 5, 10, 20 minutes. I did, when I was trying to complete my renown the other day, I was doing shit in Hawazar, and I was trying to do fucking this is another issue, side quests that you can't complete because they're fucking bugged out or something. But I was doing this one quest line. It was a cool quest line where it's this chick that's actually like a fucking swamp witch or whatever for the Tree of Whispers and shit. Is a cool storyline. I liked it, but I couldn't complete it. But in general, it took me forever to get that because it's a long quest line. It's a cool quest line, but I'm worried that when I finish that quest line, I would get like fucking 5 herbs. Right? And like 10k experience or something, like as a level fucking like 90 character. Fucking absurd. A scroll of respec as an end season reward. Garbage. Right, garbage.
For no gold cost at all. So these are gonna be like pretty fun things to bring back with you to turn around if you want to use for future playthroughs or for.
Here's a question. Okay, scroll of respec, strike garbage. Why, again, why is it okay to have something like that done in one instance but not another? Similar to the renown stuff, right? Why is it okay you get a free respec at the end of a season, but not for long-term seasonal or eternal realm characters all the time. Like, what the fuck's the problem here, guys? Why? Like, you're definitely cool with giving free respecs because you're giving them at the end of every season. Here's another thing. Are they going to be account bound? Or are they going to be... I imagine they're account bound, but are they going to be character bound? Like, only that character that was in a season can use it? Like, do you have to use it before you complete the season? Do you have to use it before you fucking... Like, are they going to take up inventory space? What if a person saves them for fucking... Like, that completes the season journey for 10 fucking seasons, and they have 10 of these respec. Oh my god, it took them 10... What? There's 4 seasons? That's like 2 fucking years? 2.5 years? You get 10 free respecs? Are you fucking kidding me? There should just be an item you can craft in the game that allows you to do that for a cost or something, for mats. Or that's a reward as a draw. A rare reward. Kind of like regular uniques with how rare they are.
For that character or another character. So we want to make sure that we're like slowly adding a few of these as the player's progressing through the experience. Kind of make that a little bit easier for players to go through.
And that Scroll of Amnesia is everything. It's all your skills,
It's
all
all
your
skills,
Paragon.
Yeah, Paragon skills. That's fine.
Awesome. For Immortal, we have a question from, I'm reading everyone's names, 8 Miles West. How much will the Blood Knight cost? I know we covered Immortal player. You can...
I should probably be more prepared, but here we go. It was something you're like, this might be a really...
Judging me off screen.
But that's...
And I'm just like...
This is my little side story real quick. So we have a thing in design called design armor, where like as you're about to like talk about an idea with something, you're like, this might be a really bad idea, but that's...
Fig Larna.
You committed to saying the names.
I know I did.
We don't want anyone to suggest that these are not real questions.
Yeah, from Fig Larna. Will seasonal mechanics be added to the Eternal Realm after the season ends? I think that's something we didn't actually clarify fairly well.
That is a great question that actually gets asked internally as well a lot. Like, hey, this is awesome. Are we going to keep it around forever?
Sorry, the reskinned legendary gems from D3. It's not that awesome. It's not new, it's not fresh. Why would you go with that as your fucking first season? The first season is supposed to be a banger to really draw people and keep people in. And I think it's, from the get-go, a total fucking failure. Like, this is troubling because this tells me that perhaps moving forward, the seasons are going to be just as fucking bland as like D3 was. Literally, for me, the like only 2 mechanics out of all the seasons I played in Diablo 3, which wasn't every one, but like I come back like once or twice a year to check out the seasons. One that was good was, but like not super crazy, was the one that changed it's so that you got the power of the one ring to require less total set items to equip to get the full set bonuses, right? So like you only needed 1 to get 2, etc. The Ring of Royal Grandeur power, just permanent on everybody for the whole season. That was a good thing because that was actually fairly game changing in terms of what you could itemize to put on your character. The one with sanctified items, that was fucking cool. Basically, you're making these like best in slot weapons with a secondary effect. That's kind of how the legendary gems, it seems like, are going to kind of work here. But I think it's from what I remember, like, well, when they were class specific, there was certain ones per each class. So like the one I played was the monk, and there was a couple different ones, but like the one I liked was the what was it? I think it was the one where your wall of light or something like hit more something. I can't remember. And then what was it? But you can only have one of those on. And then the very last season that just happened, right? Season 28 or whatever, before the launch of Diablo 4. That season was a banger because it had the altar. And that altar was awesome because it had all these quality of life improvements. And I hope they took those. I hope they took that altar mechanic and just moved it over to Eternal Realm and have it forever in the game. Because that mechanic with the quality, nobody's going to want to play in the fucking game after they lose all those quality of life benefits from the altar, okay? Plain and simple.
ever. Initially, no. Like, initially, the version of the Malignant mechanics that you're seeing are not planned to show up in the Eternal Realm. However, we are reserving the right as developers that if we see something cool and we think, wow, this is just fantastic, this should just be part of the game, that we will just make it part of the game. So it is absolutely an option. Some mechanics you
How about when the player base tells you that it's something they really fucking want or don't want? I don't give a shit what these guys want. I'm playing the game. I'm the one that paid for the fucking game, okay? I care about what I want in the game. And what other people who are playing the game, who are complaining, saying, I don't want this, or I want this fixed or removed or whatever. Like, that's who they should be basing decisions on. Not this fucking guy. Not this fucking guy. They're clearly out of fucking touch with the player base right from the get-go. People were complaining about this shit and telling them about it as feedback before the fucking game launched.
You might see in future seasons might be that way right away. We might be planning that, hey, this will show up in Eternal Realm right away. Others will evaluate them as we play them and then see if this is working really well. This is something that we want to integrate with the Eternal version of the game.
Yeah, I want to stay on this just 1 second longer. That's not to suggest that we're not going to be, as part of the seasons, intentionally using those update opportunities to create content for the base game, like stuff that will persist beyond the end of the season. But we really do want to hone in on the idea that we're like, Malignant Hearts are very powerful, as we talked about before. They're really, really cool. They're very exciting. We can't add something exciting like that every season if it's expected to all last.
Really? You can't add, like, legendary gems to the game permanently? Diablo 3 did it. Why the fuck can't you do it? You're literally just taking the same fucking idea and reskinning it. Horseshit. There's no reason to not take certain mechanics like that and put it into the Eternal Realm. Especially when it's kind of like a and like, but also really, are they really that powerful? A level 2 legendary gem that does 64 damage to we don't know how many enemies that it might chain to, like 64 damage? What if you don't find another one and you're stuck with that because you can't upgrade it and it's you're fucking and then you can't even remove it to put something else in it unless you fucking put another heart in it, right? Like, that's what it sounds like. So, because you're fucked. It's a stupid gem slot that you can't alter because you're forced into it. Like, who the fuck are these guys?
Because the game's going to be a complete mess. Right. So we're not going to do that. What we would end up needing to do is all of those things would be extremely incremental in terms of what they offered to the players over the course of time, and it would make the game extraordinarily dense in terms of what the players expected to do on a regular basis.
And to understand.
We know that there's opportunities to extend things like add more endgame features. We know that there's more content that we want to add to the game in general that like everybody's going to need forever, and we're going to be looking at those opportunities as we go. But things like Malignant Hearts, we don't want to have something of that size in Season 1, then add something of similar size in Season 2, and then Season 3 and Season 4, because the game's going to get extremely dense and difficult for players to really navigate. We want to be able to like take these things away, introduce new ideas, but having known what worked really, really well with Malignant Hearts and what stuff we could maybe have improved upon, we get to take all those ideas forward.
But here's the thing, though, is I can tell you right now, it doesn't work. You've literally just drip-fed people the same fucking content they had in fucking Diablo 3. Except you got the legendary gems from doing greater rifts. So effectively, the fucking asshole of Sanctuary dungeons are literally greater rifts of the version of greater rift versions of Nightmare dungeons.
It's also
super unique, guys. Good job.
Part of the cool factor of the season is that when you're going in, these Malignant Hearts, it's there for the season. So even, let's take a player that, let's say, doesn't like to play alts except of the same class. I just love playing Barbarian. And, you know, I have 3 different Barbarians already on Eternal because it's the perfect
rogue
class.
Player, and all you play is rogues, and all you do is build rogues.
There might be a lot of those too. But let's say a Barbarian, that's my hypothetical, I'm sticking with it. So I'm a Barbarian lover and I've made all these Barbarians. Season 1 is still an exciting time to make a new Barbarian because we have all of these new Malignant powers that allow you to make radically new builds that are completely different from Barbarians you played in the past. Your end game is going to be very different. So that excitement goes away if we just say like, oh, all of these powers just exist in the game forever. The whole idea is that no, every season is...
I don't know, man. Like, they're seeming very much like the hearts are seeming very much like legendary gems from Diablo 3. And to be fair, while the gems, the thing is those gems became mandatory, especially when they came to like Eternal Realm, right? But they weren't really that game changing. They were just additive shit essentially to what you were already doing. That's it.
Is a fresh new experience that gives you builds that did not exist previously. So the idea is some of that stuff is always designed to go away.
Yeah.
So Joe, I mean, one of the things.
This is Rod off camera speaking.
Rod off camera. Hey,
yeah.
voice
Right.
Joe,
Yes.
maybe speak to the fact that everybody starts at the same place of the season is one of the benefits, so that people aren't like a year behind when they go to play season 4.
Yeah, that's an important part of this as well. One of the reasons we really like the idea of letting players start back fresh and have like an economy reset, and players really jumping back in the experience at level 1 with characters, is it allows us to focus on making sure the entirety of that journey is really engaging and exciting for players to go through. And we want to make sure, like by the end of the first session, for example, like you're getting exposed to like the new features and content available that we're introducing in that season. That everything feels like it's balanced in such a way that players can really enjoy the new things that we're adding in the way that they're kind of intelligently mixed with the rest of the features in the game itself. So that we think of that experience is part of what makes a Diablo game anyways, like making a new character, getting those item drops, like building up towards the end. With regards to like the way that we decided to conduct our efforts in seasons for Diablo 4, we think this is a really, really like the prime example of the way that we can make this work.
But I wanted you to hit on the point, the fact that if somebody buys the game.
Yeah. They're not like fundamentally behind.
Yeah, if somebody,
before.
look, I'm gonna mess with the camera people. Can you? Yeah. You can't even do it, can you? You can't even get there. All we can do is I can just have my talking and stuff. Oh, hey, what's going on? The notion of the thing that we're talking about is that we want, again, the game is a live service. The game's gonna live for years. We want somebody who buys the game a year from now to not feel like they're a year behind when it comes to. So one of the benefits of seasons is, in season 4, on day 1, you and I are both level 1. I bought it that day. You have owned the game for a year. We're in the same place. We can play together and have fun together. And so, as opposed to everybody from this moment on is now falling behind, seasons allows us to have that fresh start for everybody, right?
Off because something else, having a great time.
Yeah, when the next WoW expansion comes out, there's a non-zero chance that I'm going to play WoW for a while.
This D4 DI, so I'm actually going to ask both because I think this is relevant to both. Also,
why do you have a new mic?
I actually don't know. But yeah. 2 mics, guys. I'm very. I'm very.
I'm 2 mic Adam.
You have me in stereo. Can you say which cosmetics will be transferring in regards to transferring cosmetics? Like, if you ended up buying a cosmetic in Diablo Immortal, does that actually also appear on the Blood Knight?
So cosmetics heritage, hatred's heritage.
And then I guess for D4, will cosmetics be transferring to seasons, and will they need to be reobtained? I know this was like a question that we get a lot from people in regards to transmogs, and if you salvage specific stuff, how does that work between characters from Eternal and Seasonal Realms?
Yeah, I believe that's all transferring over with you when you go into the new season. And obviously, every cosmetic set that you're purchasing via the store and via the battle changes.
Yeah, that is over for.
But why can't we just teleport right? Let's see. Nightmare. This is from Kincho Kimo. This is Nightmare teleport was great, but why can't we just teleport right into dungeons rather than just to the entrance? So this one I think is interesting because Nightmare, we obviously incorporated the teleport here in 103. It was another thing that we had talked about where it was community feedback that we had gotten, and the team jumped on it really quickly to implement it in a specific way.
Hmm?
So that's all he does is
yeah. Oh my god.
We have been seeing a lot of feedback in regards to players having to teleport outside of dungeons and kind of go through like a couple load screens. It was a quick, implementation from the team and everything. So I know it's something that we've been hearing from our side, and it's something that we're going to be looking at more here in the future for optimizing and making sure that we can implement maybe in a better way from some of the features that we've been just kind of adding in really quickly. On Immortal, we have I turn off Rod's mic now.
In fantasy, like potential reference correctness that, hey, these need.
Awesome.
Everybody knows that it's necromancers that turn into mist.
let's see. In regards to Diablo 4, we have. Will you guys be nerfing or buffing in the middle of seasons, or will you be making changes after the season starts?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So,
this is from Godic, by the way. So there you go.
Okay,
I just wanted
this is
to.
a real person. So yes, this is a good question. So we made a number of adjustments during the preseason period to make sure that we're bringing some builds back into where we expect them to be functionally and performance-wise. When we go into the seasonal release, we do want to create structured moments in time that we're going to be talking about, I think, more in future streams when we expect like buffs and nerfs to happen. So we have like a regular set of like patches that are going to be occurring after the season is released, where we have like a better schedule like in cadence when we're talking about these things. We really want to try to reserve like big nerfs and big buffs for only like extreme outlier cases, and things were like really damaging the end game experience for a number of players. So we want to try to keep that more constrained, and we also want to have just fewer general like off cycle balance updates and things. So we're kind of keeping things more into this weekly cadence like we talked about.
So yeah, things will be pretty stable throughout the course of the season, unless, if one of the malignant powers, I know I've joked about them being broken.
So yeah, basically, any classes that are already fucked up right now, you're shit out of luck. So Druid, no, man. You're fucked. You're shit out of luck. I'd love to play Druid, but it's fucking garbage. Oh, apparently Endgame is great for it if you get lucky and get the uniques you need, but shit, if you have a situation like my buddy Chance, he still hasn't gotten the Raiment Chest on a Sorceress. So he's thinking of either giving up on playing the Sorceress or just completely switching a build to something that he can find or has found gear for. Like, and the Druid's way worse than that. Like, this is a character, the Sorceress, requiring one item for the build this person wants to play. Doesn't work without it. The Druid requires multiple uniques. Really. Right? Like a helm and a chest piece at the very least.
But if the zone lights on fire when you use a malignant power,
yeah,
we're going to patch that. But otherwise, we're going to try and keep things stable.
I know we're running close on time because we were planning on this stream to be 90 minutes and we were 1 minute away. So I'm gonna lightning off a few questions. A big question within chat is obviously about stash space, which is something that we kind of just talked about a little bit earlier.
I'll say it real quickly though.
Yeah.
Like we definitely hear everybody about this. We are talking a lot about what we need to do with this. We've got good plans of things we can do to improve the situation. I know it's frustrating to hear me say like, what you were able to do this, like you could be able to do like nightmare dungeons this quickly, but like the reality is like we are moving really quickly on this, and we're gonna be trying to provide more space in the future. We're figuring out how like we're gonna get that accomplished.
Yeah, and also one thing to note is I know we talked about during campfire chats about how gems and so forth were going to be part of the materials in the future. So I know when that hits, like that will obviously free up a lot of stash
there's
space
lots
for
of different ways to
users
kind of
and
like
stuff
slice away at this problem, and that's like an example of what we're trying to do to start trying to mitigate this a bit.
And then Jim, the Q guy, asked how much time between seasons. He still wants to level up his main. So in between seasons, obviously, we had talked about seasons lasting 3 months.
It's a minimum of 12 weeks. Sometimes
Yes.
it might be a little longer, but you'll always
Correct.
have at least 12 weeks to complete your season.
Correct. Yeah. So you guys will hear
based on the calendar dates, right? But
so you guys will hear like no matter what within or like once we hit that 3 month period, you'll start to hear news about the next season actually hitting and everything like that. And then this one, I guess for Rod, are there any plans on new classes coming to Diablo 4? We've just heard about the Blood Knight, so they're
We have nothing to announce at this time.
Oh, wow, that was very strange.
Yeah, Rod sitting off camera can answer that perfectly. So, yeah, I think we're going to wrap it here for today. Obviously, we talked it's going to be the patch.com and one on Diablo4.com. And yeah, lots of stuff coming up here for Diablo.
Patch this afternoon.
Oh, yes, and there's a patch this afternoon. You'll be seeing, I forgot, that's what I have to do immediately after this stream. I was trying to get out of it, guys. But we will have a patch. We'll have patch notes up on Diablo4.com. We have a patch article that will actually note, and we'll be updating people when that patch does hit. It is a client patch. It will require a download. It will be on all platforms. And yeah, lots of Diablo stuff coming up here in the next few weeks.
Yeah, that's it's very disappointing overall. this list of issues and stuff in here is just, especially regarding the season and renown, it's just like, holy fuck, man. They're acting like this is like such a massive game changer for these gems, and that's all they are, is just fucking gems from Diablo 3. It's like, really? Like, the majority of the people that would normally stay on and play the game for long term are people that were playing Diablo 3 long term. You think people from D3 want to, and they're using those gems as a main mechanic of the season? There's nothing else. You got the assholes of Sanctuary dungeons and fucking basically greater rifts and fucking legendary gems. Whoa. It's literally fucking, and no way, except no way to upgrade them. So it's like a worse version of greater rifts and fucking legendary gems. Like, oh, I don't know what else to say. It's fucking absurd. They act like this is all so good and blah blah blah, and the renown shit especially is just fucking pull the stick out of your asses, guys, and actually listen to people. Jesus fucking Christ. Anyways, that's gonna be it for me for now. I'm gonna re-watch some more stuff. Have some more, I guess, to talk about tomorrow.